saying that Everlevel is bringing us the
Say it again,
crossover. Well, the crossover is, of course, brought to you by Everlevel Concrete. Everlevelconcrete.com.
Nice.
Hello.
There we go. Had to get that in.
Excellent work by all. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. It looks like, is it okay? It says it's not streaming to Twitch, Facebook.
Well,
no,
we needed to stream to Twitch.
We needed to stream to Twitch.
Dude.
That ain't good.
It's not good.
All right.
What did you do?
ZoneTV.live. See if it's there.
Find website.
ZoneTV.live.
Is it blank?
Yeah, we're there.
Okay.
No, we're not there. Who's there? Who is that? There's a thing there.
Well, did the other stream end?
Oh, the other stream isn't ended. That's why.
There you go.
End it. But now you have to do.
Killed it.
No,
You have to do another. I'm pretty sure.
No, we might have to. Man, what a mess.
Woo! No, it's right there. It's right there. You don't have to start a new one. You don't have to start a new one.
Oh, no, yeah, we're good.
Right there.
Oh, my God.
Hello.
Already on.
Hello, everybody.
All right. Hello. Very happily watching Paul Skenes pitch on MLB.TV.
I love
there's a weird thing going on where if you're trying to get it on your mobile device, it's blacking you out.
I think we're back to the TV thinking that we're in Iowa again.
Well, I don't know because we're seeing it.
Well, but it said that it was blacked out, and then I just clicked on it for the hell of it.
And it still gave you
and it worked, and it gave me baseball, and I was excited about it.
Yeah, MLB TV is very glitchy this year.
Hey, it's Bob Uecker.
It's Bob.
The radio side is much better. They'll go to break right before the last out of an inning, almost consistently. It's annoying.
I know they go really quick on the breaks out of the like last out, bang, they're in the break right away.
Sometimes before the last out. Sometimes you don't hear what happens. Sometimes you come back and they talk about a home run.
I just thought if they go to break too fast on Bally's, it's like and then it just goes right to break. Like it needs to fade out better.
Yeah,
doesn't do a very good job at fading out.
So hey, in Major League Baseball, you got 2 minutes. You gotta go.
Yep,
That's right. You gotta go.
It is what it is. You got to do. You got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm. That's when we have 2 hour and 18-minute baseball games that I want to be at longer.
Got to do what you got to do.
What's going on, guys?
I'm tired.
Oh no, what's wrong, John?
Did you watch the Bear?
Nothing has to be wrong. It's just I'm tired.
You need some caffeine?
What?
I'm tired, Grandpa.
Why are you tired, John?
That's too damn bad.
Well, if I knew that answer, I don't know.
Get some more sleep. You're gonna try and get some more sleep.
I guess I didn't get enough sleep last night.
Champions Tour golf.
Time to go to bed, John.
Did you go to bed at 8:30? You got to go to bed at 8, John.
At 8?
It was 11-ish.
Is that normal?
Yeah.
Did you get up at a normal time?
Yeah. Just tired.
Was it one of those days where you kind of lingered in bed for a little longer, maybe?
No, I think everything was pretty much normal.
I worked from my bed this morning. I didn't have a podcast to record.
Whoa.
So I just grabbed my computer, slid right back into bed, and put the finishing touches on today's show from bed.
I haven't done that in a while. I used to work from bed all the time.
I don't do it very often.
It's not very comfortable.
It's not.
It's not as fun as you would think it would be.
No, it's
I actually
not.
used to do a lot of my prep from my couch. I don't even do that anymore either.
You're full-on desk guy now?
You're desk-pilled.
I'm in my...
I had Nick explain that to me this morning.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
Is it as dumb as it sounds? Because I
explained it to you yesterday twice.
No, I didn't. You know what? Wasn't listening.
It's very dumb.
Thank you.
Very dumb.
It's not a smart thing.
But funny.
Yes.
But funny.
You're in on this. You're in on the pilled thing?
It's fun. It's fun to say.
Mm-hmm.
Something pilled.
Because you like saying the whatever boys.
Yeah. That's my bit.
This is basically
it's a different version of it.
for that.
Yeah. And you say the something boys.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah. It's fun.
So
you're out on being pilled?
What pilled are we today?
What are we pilled today,
we're
John?
Heat pilled. It's very hot.
No, I feel like we're going to be football pilled on the show today.
Really?
Because I
thought John hated football.
He does. There is one of our listeners who thinks that John actively dislikes football now, which has also become a fun new bit on the show.
John hates football.
Anytime John is slightly negative about it, he goes, see, John hates football.
John hates
which
football.
Which is funny.
Then we have people on hold for an hour.
Yes.
Great call.
Yeah.
Great call.
Yeah.
That guy was alcohol pilled.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
See, there you go, Happer.
Yeah,
You're getting it.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of news items today. There's the stupid college football playoff thing that we can discuss. That'll be fun. John and I can get on our soapboxes together and rip on conference or non-conference schedules.
Love that.
Cream puff, sharp and iron.
Yeah.
Georgia players shouldn't be allowed to drive.
Woof.
Georgia players shouldn't be allowed to drive. Yeah.
Woof.
Shout out to Georgia for taking all of the driving discourse away from Mike Gundy.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing
Great
that
job by
happened.
then.
Yeah,
that happened
excellent.
quick.
Excellent job, Georgia. You know, it's funny. You'd think they'd be better at Georgia. I mean, that's heart of NASCAR country. You figure the people that know how to drive fast are from Georgia. The Dukes of Hazzard, famously, from Georgia. But Georgia football players?
Maybe it's because they're not
Terrible.
from Georgia. They just go to Georgia.
Yeah, but you'd kind of
They're
think
outsiders.
you kind of think you just like you kind of adapt to your surroundings. You think you'd adapt to it. And they don't.
I don't think Georgia is not the first state I think of when I think of racing. It's North Carolina.
Well, I mean,
poll question.
But it's all, I mean, it's the South, the
It's the
Southeast.
South. It's the South.
SEC country, NASCAR country,
I don't
shaking
know
hands
what my
emotions.
answer would be.
If you think of racing, what's the first
I mean,
state?
North Carolina's a pretty good one.
North Carolina's a
good
very
one.
good
Daytona is famously in Florida.
It is.
correct.
People forget.
Yeah, that's a good one. North Carolina. I'd just be like, where's Ryan McGee today?
Yeah, but
That's
Georgia
the
has
state.
Talladega.
No, it doesn't.
No, that's Alabama. My bad.
Georgia has Atlanta.
That's true. People forget
Which one is
Atlanta's
in Atlanta? Is
Georgia.
that the Coke whatever? The Coke 600?
No, I don't know what
Where's
their
that at?
sponsored
They
race
changed all
is,
this
but
Where's the Coca-Cola 600
that's
at?
in Charlotte.
I don't remember.
That's
I haven't
weird.
been up NASCAR
North
It
forever.
should be in
Carolina.
Atlanta because Atlanta is home of
Coca-Cola,
boom.
I don't know if you know this,
Chick-fil-A.
but Coke is everywhere.
Yeah, but it's
Outcast.
from Alabama or from Atlanta, John.
I know, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, Coke is everywhere.
Yeah, but it's like if we had a,
especially in the 80s.
you wouldn't want the
Where was
Mutual of
this-
Omaha
where-
open in Des Moines,
Where was the Scooters Bowl?
Frisco. Why do I know that?
Because we got all
Because
the
they
gear.
got all the gear. They sent
Yeah.
us the gear.
R.I.P.
Where's
the
our gear?
Wall of
The
Random.
wall
This
of
is about
Random.
the same time last year we got all the gear from the Scooters Bowl.
Director
It
of
probably
video.
Scooters,
Yes.
get us some more
I-
gear and some
what's
cold
going on
brew.
with that wall?
I could use some cold brew
I got-
right
I
now.
got-
I
stuff.
wore my stocking cap all winter long. It was my favorite stocking cap from the Scooters Bowl.
Really?
Yes.
I had a scarf, and I
Great.
wore that.
What did we wear when we did that outside show? Remember those elf hats that were not very insulated and were very chilly?
Yes.
Yeah, remember those?
Yes.
Remember we did the outside show?
Mm.
For the Toys
Remember
for Tots.
it was
Yep.
like, oh, it's normal temps. It's normal temps.
but
Oh,
I
I'm
but I put
freezing.
that over a regular stocking cap.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did the same. Or maybe I just left my Cowboys hat on.
Well, that was your first problem.
No.
The cold said, "I'm definitely going after that guy because he's not very bright. He's wearing a cowboy."
Not very bright. I
He's dumb pilled.
had my GPA was almost 3 in college.
Wow, that's better than a lot of football teams.
There we go. Shout out to me.
Yeah.
Let's do
Good-
another one
good
to
job.
me.
Almost having a 3.0 GPA.
Yeah. What did you have, Nick?
Is this in high school or college?
Congrats on your little 2-year college.
Yeah.
This
It
is in
wasn't
college.
college.
Oh, we're shaming
You had a
people
4.0
now.
in
Yeah.
college?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know everything I now need to know about that college.
It was all project based, and I'm very good at projects.
Yeah.
I'm very
wasn't
good at
all
projects.
just broadcasting stuff?
Not all of it. I had to do some math
Well, why
classes.
didn't you go to more college if you were so good at college?
Great point,
Because
Nick.
I
Why did you go
already-
to Harvard?
I already did the college that I wanted to do. I didn't need to do more college.
You decided that you won the first race of college and then didn't want to do the second race.
Well, so you guys went to a 4-year college and I went to a 2-year college, yet we're all here in the same place.
I also
That's
went to
a
a
good point.
2-year
Yeah,
college.
but we're on this side.
I went to
Look
a
at our
2-year
microphones.
college and then
I can be on that
several
side.
4-year colleges.
Ditto.
Several.
Yeah, hundreds of them. Wow. I went to a lot of colleges.
Congrats on the college.
Millions
went to
and
2
millions of
colleges.
colleges.
2 hot colleges.
Nice.
Too hot
Like Mike
coffees.
Schaefer, he went to 2 colleges.
I went to at least 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess,
Maybe 4.
you know what? I did take some classes at Southeast and Missouri, so I guess I went to 3.
Oh, Mr.
Nice.
Missouri.
The
Yeah.
we're college pilled.
Look at See, isn't it fun to
It's
say?
fun to say.
I'm just joining in on this. I don't think I'll use it in my daily life. But
Man, something. So, real quick, an email notification popped up on the right hand of my screen. Keith Mann via Nebraska State.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, oh, what happened? But it's just a Hall of Fame. Blah blah blah. Who cares? It's just such a.
Wow.
I just wanted to be rumor pilled,
Well,
drama pilled.
I got bad news for you. If you're
What's
looking
that?
for rumors, Keith Mann is the last person to
He's not
expect.
going to email you a rumor.
He's not a
Josh.
rumor guy. He's
That's
a
true.
fact guy.
Remember I told the story about when I was up in the broadcast booth for Fox Sports with friend of me, Noah Eagle, and Mark Helfrich. Before.
Oh, Noah Eagle, the number 2 guy on the NBA,
the number
NBC,
1 guy,
right
John,
behind Jack Collinsworth.
You stop it. So Keith Mann was up there, and they were asking off the record type questions,
Some sensitive questions,
and he noticed that it was me, and he kind of scooted a little further away. I think he was like, "Yeah, that guy was a radio show, and might have been critical of the head coach here." Though famously, that was that guy's last game. So Keith, you should have come on over and spilled some more tea.
Did you try to put an ear in?
Oh, I was like, I'm going to pretend like I'm texting right now, but I was listening.
Wow,
I was
so
listening.
aware, Josh.
Yep.
Good awareness.
Yep, indeed.
I'm ashamed. Josh is poo-pooing the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame. Here's
Who
this
got in?
year's inductees.
Sue.
Offensive lineman Kevin Leitner, who played in the 80s.
Cool.
Tyrone Bird from the 90s.
Cool.
Terrell Farley.
Oh!
Speaking of people who would have fit right in at Georgia. Chris Kelsey, Jared Crick, and Rex Burkhead. That's a solid class.
Are you sure it's not Jared Creek?
No, it's Crick.
Jared
It's literally
Crick.
spelled Crick.
Also, he was on a Sports Illustrated cover.
That was funny, Nick.
Thank you.
Yes, he was.
the Big Ten's new bully, Nebraska.
Oopsies.
And that lasted all of
Not.
It did. It lasted 0 seconds,
Yeah.
actually.
Their first game, they lost by 30.
Yeah.
right, but I'm trying to remember how deep into that game before I realized they're not winning this
I
game.
think that they were playing well in the first quarter.
It was probably second, third
I
quarter.
think Adrian, or Taylor rather, threw his like a dumb interception.
Huh,
and-
interesting.
A
You know-
Nebraska quarterback throwing a dumb interception?
Shocking.
Kids, you know what it's time for?
What?
Look at the
Ran-
box score.
Randomly look back at the box
Oh.
scores. Woo!
Let's do this.
I didn't get to
game.
play this game last time, so we're going back to the year of our Lord 2011.
Year 2000.
That was famously a game where this radio station sent its hosts to Madison.
They did
Fun.
the show from Tanner's.
Did they wear black?
Great question.
Everybody
Happer.
was supposed to wear black.
They're
that
the
day.
media. Wow, Nebraska was 8th. going into that
Nebraska scored the first touchdown on a Taylor Martinez 1-yard run, Brett Maher kick.
game. Nice.
Then Monty Ball countered with a 1-yard run of his own with 1:27 to go in the first quarter.
Ah!
Then Nebraska took the lead back early in the second on a now Nebraska Football Hall of Famer Rex Burkhead 1-yard run, Brett Maher kick.
So it's 14-7.
We are
And
back.
Actually, it was 14-13 because after Monty Ball scored his second touchdown of the day, the kick was blocked.
We're going to run roughshod on this conference.
Can we get a haha in the chat, please?
Can
And
we have
then,
some tee-hees in the chat, please?
and then remember the name Jared Aberderis?
oh,
do.
hard to forget it, John.
What a name.
He gave
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin their first lead on a 36-yard touchdown pass from
Russell Wilson.
Danger Russ.
Let's ride.
Ugh.
And then
And then the
what
bottom
was
fell out.
was it Toon? Was it
Nick.
Nick Toon?
His name was Nick
son
Toon.
of Al Toon.
No way.
Nick, it was awesome.
That's awesome.
Wait, why is that funny?
Nicktoon? Nicktoons?
That's you because you're of music. Nick
No,
Toon.
No, the
Nick Toon.
Nickelodeon
Nick Toon.
Happer.
Oh, okay, let's get to the commentary
Anyway.
because this is where this bit always goes up a notch. So,
This is from Husker Max.
someone named Tad Stryker. Do you know Tad, John?
Yeah, I do.
I've never
met
met
him.
him. I don't know who this man is.
Yeah.
But his blurb was the only one who had a worse night than Martinez at Camp Ramble Stadium was Tim Beck.
Yikes.
So, yeah, going hard
Wasn't
in
it-
the
Hey,
paint.
there's a commentary from a guy named Bishop.
Oh, what did he say?
The biggest mistake of all was getting away from who you are.
That sounds like something you would say.
Good
Do you
one,
think
John.
Tad had a fishing pole and he called it the Tadpole?
Wow.
Oh, I have a link to my column.
Thank God.
John was writing columns?
Hey,
I did
hey,
for our website.
there better not be a director of
Yeah, don't
written
listen to
word
this.
at the station.
Yes.
Oh.
Don't listen.
John's not writing anymore.
John-
He retired.
This is an insanely long article to write.
Wow.
Did you do this on Sundays? Was this your, what was it called? Bishop Sunday School?
Sunday school, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What was the final score of this game? 48-17?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bad.
Let me read from part of my column called
John Bishop quoting John Bishop.
Oh, wow.
This is
Sunday
weird.
School on Wisconsin, off Nebraska.
This is
what
truly
a great title.
Hashtag John Bishop.
This
Did
is
you-
the rereadables. It's Bill Simmons.
Did you ever think that you would be reading yourself years after it happened?
No.
Hmm.
Taylor Martinez is not a throwing quarterback.
statement. Good statement.
Neither was Frazier. Neither was Crouch. Some Husker option wizards were a little better than others when it was time to let it fly. Steve Taylor, Turner Gill, Jerry Godowski all fit that bill. But even still, Nebraska was never a throwing team. Not when they could keep teams off balance with a dizzying array of option, off tackle, and power running. Let's see. I'm going to skip ahead here.
Taylor Martinez definitely not a throwing quarterback.
The Huskers made more than enough mistakes. Turnovers and penalties show up on the stat sheet, but the biggest mistake of all was getting away from who you are.
Run the damn ball, Huskers.
The Huskers did that starting in the second quarter, and appropriately enough, that's when the game got out of hand. 11 straight passing plays.
Oh!
You read that right, John Bishop of the future. 11 straight passing plays from the 5-minute mark in the second quarter to the first play of the second half, with a quarterback whose strengths are 1, running, 2, running, 3, running,
shot putting,
4, answering questions in as few words as possible, and 5, running.
Gross.
Yeah, that's why we were mad at Tim Beck. That makes sense. Also, who was the guy after the game who jammed his head up against the paper towel dispenser?
Oh, I don't know this story.
He got a misdemeanor. He got in trouble for it.
Oh, wow.
They were at the airport and he ripped a paper towel dispenser off the wall or something like that.
Oh, that's fun.
I'm pretty sure that was the Chase Rome.
He was a lineman from Louisiana.
Type in Chase Rome and do news and see if that comes up.
Chase Rome. Should I just search Chase Rome, Wisconsin? Okay. Rome.
Who am I thinking of that had the unfortunate incident at the gas station?
You are thinking of Avery
Moss.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was different.
Sorry, Chase Rome, for confusing you with Avery Moss.
Different thing.
Well, if you search Chase Rome, Wisconsin, there's a lot of articles about this guy who was in a high-speed chase.
I don't think it was him.
Yeah.
Hopefully I didn't get that wrong. But
by the way, so I wanted, of course, to see what Dirk wrote. And this is famously the week before
the Ohio State game.
Yes.
The first audio tape.
Because it was his next column when Bleep hit the fan.
Uh-huh.
He wrote something. It was basically about benching Martinez, if I remember right. He said, Bo Pelini and Tim Beck want to build an offense around Martinez? Fine, but stick to what the kid does well. So everyone had the same opinion.
Yeah, we don't need to throw it 11 times in a row.
Answer questions in as few words as possible, run. By the way, here's my final thought.
Nice.
Oh, good.
Under the subheading, finally. To my friends in Nebraska Sports Talk Radio, have fun with angry Husker Nation and take talking doomsayers off the ledge, all while avoiding coming across as too negative.
Nice.
Good job, John.
In another universe, John was Steve Sipple.
Wow. Well, you want to know what Steve Sipple said?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Wisconsin exposed so many of Nebraska's deficiencies that it's hard to know where to start.
Also, Bo's fine. Don't be mad at Bo.
Don't be mad at Bo.
Would you like to know what Husker Mike had to say?
Sure.
Who's Husker Mike?
Husker Mike, who shows up right under Dirk Chatlin. Russell Wilson was absolutely magnificent, if not Heisman-esque.
Wow.
Didn't do that, though.
Oh, by the way, someone did just send me a story. Now I have to turn off my ad blocker so I can read this from the...
Was it Chase Rome hitting a...
Oh, you're still looking, Gab? What do you got?
Well, it keeps saying, do you want to subscribe for $1?
Not at all.
No, not at all.
Just a second. I'm going to try to refresh and print the page.
Josh, I'll try to read this at double speed because it was what Stuart Mandel had to
tell
write.
me more, Mandel.
Wasn't it pretty much anything you wanted, running or passing? He's
nice. It was Chase Rome. Police in Madison have given a Nebraska football player a $326 ticket for damaging an airport paper towel dispenser.
Oh, God, I don't remember that one.
After the Huskers were beat 48-17 by Wisconsin. 19-year-old redshirt freshman Chase Rome.
Look at
those
that.
cost
How did
that
I remember
much
that
to replace?
Bit by bit.
Wow.
I'm impressed with myself. Good job,
To be
Connor.
fair, it is
Good.
pretty funny. It's a really obscure, funny thing to happen.
It is. By the way, here's what Tom Chattel had to say.
Oh, good.
Relying on a heavy dose of Martinez in the pocket is a ticket to meltdowns.
So everyone had the same take.
Yep.
How about you guys get some different takes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a take. Don't suck.
I'm talking to you, 2011, John Bishop.
I'm sorry. 2011, John Bishop. Any other games you want to look up while we're here?
It's a fun game.
It is a fun game.
How did we get on 2011 Wisconsin? What led us to that?
Good question.
What were we talking about?
Nick?
Yeah, what were we talking about 5 minutes ago, Nick? Do you remember?
Oh, gosh.
2011 Wisconsin. First game in the Big Ten. Yeah, what were we talking about?
Rex Burkhead, Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Rex Burkhead, Hall of Fame.
And you brought up the SI cover.
Yes. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Well, good job. Closed the loop.
Close the loop.
It's really hard to keep track of how we get to places sometimes.
By the way, YouTube user from the same Bishop article, Nebraska's now 2-16 versus top 10 teams over the last decade, 1-6 under Pini.
Pauline.
We were already keeping. No, we found
Illini.
Well, while we're talking about Rex, let's go back to one of his glory moments from that same year.
The very next game, the Ohio State game?
No. Well, that was a good one too, but the game where he basically was the entire offense against Michigan State.
Oh, man, I had to do...
On that cold day.
I did updates for KRNU on the halftime show for that game. So that was the first game in college that I did not attend at home.
24-3.
I had to watch it from KRNU on the boxy TVs back in the day. And
defense was so good that day.
Yeah, they were. The defense was awesome.
Rex Burkhead was the
Lance Thorell had an early interception of, that would have been Cousins, right?
Yes, I think it was Cousins.
Kirk Cousins. We have Nick. If you go, I think it's to the I don't like wall.
Oh,
the I don't like wall.
Yeah, at the very.
What am I looking for?
Very top right.
Very top right.
Yep. What's that one say? Just click it.
Black shirts.
Yeah, that was when Lance Thorell picked it off. I think we have his full call there. Click
Intercepted by the black shirts.
The whole black shirts intercepted the pass.
Wow.
Number 23.
Number 23.
Ooh.
I don't know what that is.
It was the same color.
Oh, nice.
Teresa.
The commentary from the 2011 Michigan State win from Tad Stryker, not related to Ted Stryker.
I don't know who that is either.
From Airplane. Stryker.
My bad. I don't remember all the characters.
Just like that, a disjointed defense found choreography.
In Lance Thorell.
From Tom Chattel, what we saw were signs of hope all around for a November charge through the hinterlands.
Well, that didn't happen. There was no charging through hinterlands.
They did not go to the hinterlands.
From one Stephen M. Sipple, in Nebraska's most critical game of the season to date, the Burkhead legend grew.
Yeah, by the way, so after Wisconsin, they beat Ohio State. Crazy comeback.
Yep.
They go to Minnesota. Minnesota! They win that game. And this game, because both Nebraska and Michigan State were in the Legends division.
Yep.
Nebraska won this game. They moved to 7-1.
Yeah.
You know what was next week? Northwestern.
Mm-hmm. The King Coulter game.
The King Coulter game. Of course, leave it.
Triggered again.
Leave it to Lee Barfneck, who in a 24-3 Nebraska win.
Not that good.
Spun it in a different direction. Saturday looked like an SOS. Same old Spartans laying an egg on the road.
Let's go, Lee.
Lee was triggered during this time because this was right around the time he wrote the Shim Shams thing. This was right in that same
because this would have been ahead of Doc's last year, right? This would have been Doc Sadler's last basketball season.
Yes, Lee was triggered.
That's awesome. You know what? Lee has a great bit.
Yes, he does.
Sticks to it.
I love
it.
We miss Lee around here,
we do.
man.
From John Bishop.
Oh, what did he say?
Darn near everyone in the secondary saved their best coverage day for Sparty.
Nice. Wow.
As Kirk Cousins went 11 of 27 for 86 yards.
Oh, it's almost like
that.
Almost like the game was in prime time with how bad he played.
Naming all of these well-known quarterbacks in the NFL now.
Mm-hmm.
I remember going to this game, and it was one of the first experiences that I ever had with well, certainly it was in the Big Ten, but it was at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking how weird that was. And now every game's at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Big noon, baby.
Wait until every game to start kickoff at 9 a.m.
Oh,
yeah. It's a nice crisp fall day.
It was. That game, you turn it on YouTube, it's just gray.
Yeah.
You can just see the gray.
Mm-hmm.
All the leaves are brown.
All the leaves are brown. The sky is gray. What did Dirk say?
Dirk.
Got to get to Dirk.
Said this was a fanny whipping from start to finish with Super Rex leading the way.
Super Rex.
I think he had 37 carries. Did they have
35 carries for 130 yards. He also caught one pass for 27.
Hell yeah, Rex.
And a touchdown.
He was like playing quarterback. He was taking snaps under center.
Was he?
For a portion of, it was either that game or the Iowa game that year. Because
okay.
Taylor something happened to Taylor.
Well, I know the next week when a few weeks
he
later.
started doing that the year before.
Yes,
2010 he was.
Yes, he was.
He did in the Big 10
because when Taylor's ankle got all screwed up. Yeah.
He did in the Big 12 championship.
And Taylor was still not his full self that year.
No.
His best version was 2012 when he won Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. He threw it better that year than he ever had before.
Oh, yeah.
And he got his speed back. And then he got hurt again in
Then
2012.
he's
then he got
turf
hurt
toad
again.
And now he sells houses.
and makes apps.
I wonder.
Does he still make the apps?
I don't know. I don't think so, actually.
We've tried to have him on the show. He is someone who has just kind of disappeared in terms of like
He came
participating
back
in Husker discourse.
last year, right?
For the
Did he?
Hall of Fame. Because wasn't he inducted into the Hall
He
of
was
Fame
a Hall
last
of Fame
year?
guy last
Yeah.
year.
He was very famous, Nick, for the way he spoke.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He
I like playing
he had
against
an
road
interesting
games.
brain.
Yeah.
If you search Taylor, you'll find a lot of his
Yeah,
stuff.
look up.
I like playing against road
Well, the
games.
best one was like his first game, and they were like, the question was something like, did you surprise yourself? And he was like, nothing new. It's just like high school football.
Well, and then he had the world's greatest coach
Oh, there we go.
to teach him how to be good with the media, Bo Pelini.
Let's see.
Bo Pelini.
There we go. I like playing against road games. I see it.
Here it is.
Yeah, play that one.
I like playing against road games.
I think that was after the Washington game.
Classic.
I threw for 5 touchdowns in the first half before.
See, yeah, I threw for 5 touchdowns in the first half before.
Is that it?
Oh man, yeah, that guy was a content machine, man.
You said what?
Oh, I forgot about
You
that.
said what?
You said what?
Said what?
You said what?
Here's his longest quote of 4.7 seconds.
I think we made a pretty big statement saying that we're back and we're ready to play.
Hell yeah, we're back and we're ready to play.
Didn't say very much, did he?
No, he was a
not
man
interested in talking.
man, a few words.
What is this?
Looked like Bo was all over Martinez over there,
A&M
didn't it?
game.
Must have been A&M game, yeah.
For a time.
Just offering a little encouragement there, I guess, to the young man.
Wow, that was strange. And Martinez still there, and now we've got Burkhead.
Oh, and then he says, "Now we have Burkhead," and I bet he was behind the center.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could tell. What was that, Musburger?
Yeah,
I could barely
Musburger
hear
and
it.
Herb Street.
They were a bit miffed.
Well, here, John, while you open up, let's do the Texas A&M game. So, Nick, this game
Oh,
is
God.
This game is famous for a variety of things.
Oh,
So Nebraska
boy.
lost 9-6. One of their players had their junk squeezed and twisted by an A&M guy.
no.
But the Nebraska
Right.
player
He got
got
penalty.
the Nebraska guy got the penalty.
Tony
Nebraska had
Girardi.
I believe it was 16 penalties for 135
To, like,
yards
2.
or something like that.
Taylor got in
Yeah.
trouble because at halftime he was on his cell phone
With his dad.
and Carl Pellini knocked a cameraman's camera out of his
Carl
hands.
Pellini.
What happened?
The next day, there were like everyone. Well, I guess
So that was Nebraska's last game in the Big 12, and they thought they were getting jobbed.
yeah.
Ah.
The next day, everyone that covers Nebraska or was a fan who had access to a message board was just sitting on the message boards because there were a lot of rumors that Bo was going to get fired
Mm.
and or that Taylor had quit.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the.
And Harvey Perlman, the chancellor, put out a statement about Bo. He like ripped him.
Whoa.
It was a tire fire. They had one loss going into that game. Bad
16 penalties
Oh.
to 2.
That's what I said. 16. Yeah.
145 yards to 10 yards.
What
A
a
lot of personal fouls.
Why did
penalties.
Nebraska get in trouble for the junk squeeze?
Because they were getting jobs.
Well, he's getting squeezed and he kicked him. But the ref
he did the old horse kick.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Tony Girardi Eddie. I
Yes.
will never forget that name.
Good name.
What
It was
a
horrible.
fraud of a human being.
It was a night game in College Station.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska was awesome that year. It's my favorite year of.
It's a great
like,
year.
of the post-conference championship era. 10 is my favorite year. So good. So many storylines.
They should have beat Texas. Too.
They were awesome, and they had lost 4 games that year. That team was so good.
Wild.
Yeah, they could have won a national championship, and it wouldn't have been crazy.
Yeah.
Here's-
Defense was still good, and the offense finally scored.
Here is the commentary from
Nice. Let's do this.
Ted Stryker.
We always start with Ted.
He always goes
Well,
first.
he's always first. The Huskers had a lot of
We're Ted
adversity to overcome, and a lot of it was caused by their head coach.
Interesting.
yeah, Bo
So-
was.
So Tad was on Harv's side.
Yeah.
Ted and his pole.
Tom
not a
Chattel.
believer.
Pelini will have a hard time living down Saturday night.
Pauline. Tom.
Palina.
Oh, it's Saturday night.
From Stephen M. Sipple, the best thing Nebraska can do now is try to forget this night.
Wow.
Don't blame it on Bo.
Yeah,
though.
not Bo's fault.
From Dirk. On this night, A&M's 12th man wore a white hat and a whistle.
Nice.
Whoa.
Got him. That's a good line, Dirk.
From John Bishop.
What did he have to say?
I honestly thought that if there was to be any chicanery by Big 12 officials,
Chicanery.
it would be more subtle.
Nice. Good line,
Wow.
John.
Who do we know John Bishop to go after officials?
Mhm.
Oh, I I tore him upside and down the other.
Nice.
Evan Burrows, you suck!
There you go. Good one.
Sam
Nick. Good
McEwen,
job,
who
Nick.
at that time was writing for Nebraska State paper.
Nice. What did Sam say?
Oh, the NSP.
It was a disaster, really, as if the whole offense literally hinges on Martinez being able to bust off 50-yard runs.
Well, it
Correct.
did, and we
Yep.
knew that.
That was the issue,
Yeah.
Nick. By the end of that year, it was the team was so built on huge plays, and when they didn't have big plays, the offense grinded to a halt.
From Dennis
Sounds like the
Dodd
Dolphins.
of CBS
Oh,
Sports.
Here we
at the
go.
time, friend of the Grum.
Pelini should be mad, just not in Saturday's public meltdown kind of way. Also, 6 Illinois players will die if we play football this year because of COVID.
Wow, interesting.
What an interesting note from Dennis.
It was
Yeah.
Weird.
very specific.
Man ahead of his time.
Kurt McKeever. Here's a name from the past.
Hi, Kurt.
The number that mattered most is that for the second time this season, the Huskers failed to score an offensive touchdown.
The other one, would have been
Texas.
Texas. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
So there you go.
What a season. What a time.
It really was. That I got to do sports radio on KRNU that year. That was only once a week. Getting to do a show every day during that year. Oh my gosh. It would have been
Even
so much
any
fun.
of the Pauline era. Really.
Yeah. Well, plus, Nick, before the season, one of the TV reporters asked Bo when he would name the quarterback. And Bo goes, "What's the day of the first game?" And he goes, "October 4th." And then the whole media contingent at the same time goes, "September 4th." It was very funny.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Bo wasn't happy.
I forgot about
He was always mad.
They had many options of who to play quarterback that year, and they
The-
chose the guy least qualified,
Guy
who
who
ended
can't
up being
throw.
the best. Yeah.
the Courtney Osborne roughing the pass.
Oh,
In
yeah.
the Missouri game.
Yes.
No, from the A&M game.
Oh, I forgot that he had one in that game too.
Because it led to the game-winning field goal for
Yeah.
A&M. It was a horrible
Yeah,
call.
not good.
Who was the kicker for A&M? Did he have a name?
The kicker was
Did he have a name?
No, he didn't.
his last name is
His name was
Bullock.
Sandra?
Was it Fat Randy?
He's nameless.
Fat
Do we
Randy.
have pregame?
I think it
links?
was Fat
Let's
Randy.
see. Here we go, roster.
Fat Randy. I don't
Fat
remember
Randy,
this.
he was the kicker for the Titans for many years. Fat Randy Bullock.
I remember the guy from Wisconsin. That guy was a bit of a chub.
That was Rafael Gaglianone,
Yeah,
nice.
and he was.
What a name. That's a name of a baseball player. He should have played baseball with
Rafael
that name.
Gaglianone.
I feel like I can hear John saying that Gaglione at the plate.
Randy Bullock.
Fat Randy. I
Look at
knew
you,
it.
Happer.
59205 from Klein, Texas.
Yeah, he was a kicker for the Titans. Like recently.
Happer, you have a good memory. See,
You,
look.
you do. You have a good memory.
I know things.
I know things. I know words.
There you go. There's
Wow.
there's
We
a
love this.
That was fun. I love this game of just like going and
looking at
reading.
old box scores.
Yeah, it's really enjoyable.
Today we were on my
Getting
show.
the
We were
takes.
looking up some of the stories that were written for 2011 Big Ten Media Days, which is why some of this information was so fresh in my head. I was kind of cheating.
Wow, unreal.
There was one of the columns that came out of there was about Bo and his anger, and the Texas A&M game in particular, and
classic.
And he addressed that at 2011 Big Ten.
What did he
Media Days.
say?
Oh,
I'm a
he
new
said
man.
he said I love disciplining my players and I'm going to keep doing it. Basically was the gist of it. Yeah.
Oh, Bo.
We were trying to figure out who they brought to that media day, and it was Levante David.
Was it Jared Crick?
Would
have been Burkhead?
or Burkhead.
He would have only been a sophomore.
I would imagine Burkhead had to have gone, didn't he?
No, he would have been a junior. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Yeah.
he was.
People loved
But
Rex.
yeah, it was Rex and Levante.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
just those two.
Yeah, it was 'cause that event used to be like
Tiny.
a lot smaller.
Oh, interesting.
A lot smaller.
Very tight. Now it's just like, let's bring everybody.
YouTube user says that was fun. Happy New Year. Wow. Shooting the listeners'
I liked
wishes
it.
down.
I
The
liked
will
it,
of the people. Happer says no.
You do whatever.
I
you
mean,
want.
we have to sometimes, pump the brakes.
Okay.
And we've had 2 this week.
Or we could just say Happy New Year and let Nick figure it out later.
Sure.
Yeah, that's true. Because Nick's we're going to say a lot of Happy New Year's, and he's going to pick all the worst ones.
Tony writes nope. So Tony disagrees.
Yeah, I'm with Tony.
Nope.
Nope.
I'm with
Unless he's
Tony.
talking about the movie.
Maybe he's talking about the movie that we did in the movie club.
We did.
That's right.
Which is exactly what I would also say if I saw that thing that was in that movie.
Yeah. Oh, that's a reminder. Godzilla -1 for tomorrow.
Yep. Make sure to watch it with the
Watch
subtitles.
it in your native tongue, English.
In your native tongue.
It's your native tongue, isn't it?
Yeah, I do speak English.
There you go.
I don't speak Japanese.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it in your native tongue.
I liked watching it in Japanese, though. Yeah.
I think I'm going to watch it in Japanese.
Oh, you haven't watched it yet?
You like reading
tonight.
it in English. Reading it.
I did read, but
yeah, I can't
also
read.
watched.
I can't read Japanese. Kanji, I think, is what it's called.
Oh, fun. Fun.
Fun.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Connor.
See you guys.
There you go.
Hodson, doesn't feel like a Happy New Year to me. Like Oregon being a blue blood. It just doesn't meet the criteria.
Yeah, that's true.
Nice.
That's true.
All
It
right.
doesn't. It didn't. It's good. It was good. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
The 2012 Big Ten Championships of Happy New Year.
So I think Joel was talking about the Texas A&M game. He said, I went to a wedding reception that night, and the couple had rented out a movie theater and showed the game on the big screen. It ended up being a huge buzzkill.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was not, even though it was a close game, and forget about, whether there was a lot of points or not, it was not a fun game to watch.
Oh, it was a horrible game.
Because Martinez got hurt.
Yeah,
the offense was stagnant.
So much
Bo's
stress.
yelling at him. So much stress.
The refs.
Penalties all the time. The refs were garbage.
And I'll say it. I hate the camera angle at College Station.
It's gigantic. It's on the moon.
Yeah, remember people bitching about the soccer thing a few weeks ago? I hate that stadium.
Yeah.
Way worse there.
Yeah. It's too big. It's huge.
Yeah, it is. But then they do that
But
thing
they didn't have the renovations done by that point. Why was it in the sky?
Because it was
maybe
just
they were
doing
doing
that stadium. Yeah, because that was pre-Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, I think it's better now.
They went against an NFL quarterback in that game. It was
Ryan Tannehill.
Oh.
They went against a pro quarterback and a pro kicker.
And Tony Girardetti.
Basically,
we had no chance in that game. I'm surprised we only lost by 3.
Exactly.
Should have lost by 103.
Yeah, with the way the refs were that night.
No, that's true. They were awful.
Real
Thanks
bad.
a lot, Dan Beebe.
Does it make you sad?
Big 12.
Does it ever make you
BCS.
sad to see these kids in college elevate to be legends in the NFL? But none of them are from Nebraska.
I don't think I would call Ryan Tannehill
Not legends, but like they're
Nebraska has
still
NFL
playing
players.
in the NFL and they're fairly well known.
Levante David. Prince Amukamara was there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And Dominican Sue's probably the most
Correll
well-known
Buckhalter was
right
there
now,
for a
right?
long time until he got fired as the men's soccer coach yesterday.
Nice.
Good
luck in
we're
your
calling
future.
Greg with 3 G's.
Good luck in your future, Corell.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Now we can say back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny and seasonally hot for your Thursday afternoon with the high today in Omaha of 88 degrees with light easterly winds up to 10 miles an hour. Staying mostly clear tonight, warm with a low of 66. Even hotter and muggier for your Friday, mostly sunny, a high tomorrow of 91, feeling like 98. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KUTV Newswatch 7.
Looking for a nurturing environment where your child can thrive this school year? You belong here. At Catholic schools, we offer pre-K and kindergarten programs focusing on faith and academic excellence. Whether you're the family of a child or an educator looking to thrive and help teach our future leaders, you'll find your place here in a supportive environment where faith and learning go hand in hand. Catholic schools, faith-focused, family-centered. You belong here. Discover more at lovemyschool.com. Tuition assistance available.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Start your engines.
Joe's Indoor Karting in Council Bluffs is off the charts crazy. Joe's Karting is fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping, wheel-to-wheel racing action at over 40 miles per hour. The only speed restriction on these karts is how good you are. Joe's Karting is located just a couple of blocks north of Bass Pro Shop and directly east of AMC Theater in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Go watch a movie. Come race at Joe's. Planning a bachelor party, graduation party, or just a night out with friends? Go to Joe's. Remember, Joe's Karting is your place to race.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yes, indeed. It is a Thursday, and while this show will likely be hijacked by a lot of college football playoff talk,
nice.
I believe we have a no-hitter alert.
You just jinxed it.
Yeah.
On Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I love Paul Skenes' day.
So Skenes the one who's throwing the no-no?
It's him right there.
Oh, no. Here it comes.
Oh, wow. You're not going to get an easier out than that.
Nice. Yeah. Suck on that, Brew Crew.
I love you, Paul.
When are they going to pull him, though, John? He's getting to 92 pitches. It's probably time to sit him down.
Any second now.
Yeah.
Sit your ass down, Paul.
Let's see.
Who's the manager of the...
Well, he's walked one, so it's not a perfect game, but it's a no-hitter.
Is he Schwalkoffed?
We'll see.
What's the Brewers Stadium?
That would
the one
be,
with the broken escalator?
Yes, the one with the broken escalator. Yes.
Oh, what is the Brewers?
What's it called?
Is it Miller Field?
It used to be Miller Park. Now it's
Miller
American Family Field or something.
Look at this.
No-hitter through 6.
Wow, Nick. Look at Nick.
I've been wanting to see a Paul Skenes no-hitter for a while.
Yes, I mean, in his long, arduous career.
Uh-huh.
So 3 months.
Uh-huh.
Wow, okay. Well, I hope you get it. Hope you get one today.
Listen, I'm all in on Skenes.
You're Skenes pilled.
I'm so Skenes pilled.
Nice. Skenes.
I looked at Skenes jerseys, but I didn't get one because they don't have the one that I want. The black Skenes jersey, but they only have
one
white.
He's wearing today.
They only have white Skenes jerseys.
That can't be true.
You can get a custom black one, but it's more expensive because you have to, put the name on the back yourself.
This cannot be true, Nick. I just found one. It's right here
on the official website.
Yeah, on MLB Shop.
Well, that's new then, because I have been looking.
Oh wait, it says alternate replica, custom.
Well, that's it.
But look, yeah. So you could do it that way, Nick.
No,
It's
that's
the same thing.
That's what I just said. But
I know. That's weird that because right there, John, it shows it as Paul Skenes, but then you click into it and it suddenly becomes that.
Right.
Oh wait, no, here we go.
Right
Yeah. Paul Skenes. Yeah.
Oh, do they have them now?
Nick.
Cool.
Yeah. I'll send it to you, Nick.
I last checked it like a week ago.
You would spend this much money on a jersey of a player that's not even on your favorite team?
Yeah.
I don't even know how much it is right now. They
$150.
didn't have it. Probably not $150.
Well, there you go. That's what you'd probably have to. Or you could do it from China. And those are like $15.
Oh, my Charlie Blackmon one is a China one.
How much does that cost?
$40.
But then you'd have to give
eBay.
all of your, life information to the Chinese.
I bought
government.
Ray-Bans from China once. They weren't Ray-Bans.
Were they?
They were Fay-Bans.
Were they Bayrans?
They sucked. I threw them away immediately. But I did buy an Everton jersey, a kit. Everton kit, John.
What the hell's your problem?
It was like $20. It was sweet. Then my friend did one. He bought one too. I had the blue one. He had the alternate black Everton kit. Very cool. Very legal and very cool.
You didn't have to send that to the all people account.
I wanted you to make sure you saw it too.
I don't want to see it.
Well, you see it
because
now.
I support my team. I don't like Skenes. He plays for the Pirates. Boo.
Thank you.
Boo,
Josh.
I say. Boo.
Mm.
But I also don't like the Brewers.
Mm.
So there you go. We got a no-hitter alert. That's nice. This is the way life should be. There should be baseball on in the afternoon.
The afternoon.
Just like there should be a Grum on in the afternoon. And there is. Brought to you by Bank of the West. No, sorry.
Bank of the West.
No. It's brought to you by Union Bank, where your money has people.
Yes.
And it is time for the Grum Down, presented by
the Rooferees.
The Rooferees.
John Higgins Weatherguard?
John Higgins Weatherguard.
I can tell that you're speaking very slowly. You're doing your Nick impression because you haven't uploaded it
Oh,
yet.
are you stalling?
That's why he's going, ooh, I like words. They're interesting.
He's slow
There it is.
pilled.
Taking his time.
Nice.
College football playoffs new commissioner had some interesting things to say the other day at Big 12 Media Days that surprisingly flew under a lot of people's radar, but not anymore.
I have some takes.
Also, speaking of Big 12 Media Days, Swiss Family Sanders proudly proclaims that we are everyone's Super Bowl.
I can hear that.
Huh?
I'll explain. Don't you give me that look. Don't you do that.
Don't you buy into their shtick.
It's not a shtick. We'll talk about it later.
You're going to show up tomorrow with the prime sunglasses. You're going to be totally prime pilled.
I'm not prime pilled.
All I can tell you.
Don't put it in the newspaper that I'm prime pilled.
I can promise you this much. We won't let this quote that we will have later from old Shador rest, especially the second week of September.
Okay.
We're pooping, right?
We're going to the show that knows better how to beat down a horse, an already dead horse than any other show. We're going to beat that horse so dead.
Dead horse pilled.
Well, that caller from yesterday won't like it then.
We will not be beating on Brian Christopherson like a dead horse because A, he's not dead, and B, he's not a horse.
Plus, the Vikings already do that to him.
Oh,
that's true.
Spot the lie.
Who benefits the most from ditching non-conference games? That's all the rage.
People
these
who
days.
like you and I being wrong about things. I think they benefit the most.
Is Florida State ready to make its move?
Yeah, is that the July surprise this year?
It wouldn't be much of a surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's been kind of waiting.
Get a surprise.
Would it be a surprise if they came to the Big Ten?
Actually, I feel like that would be the most likely.
Really?
Yeah.
I think the Big 12 is most likely.
Is Nebraska sealing the college football playoff?
What? What year are we talking about, John? Next
the year
year?
of our
2 years
Lord
from now?
2024.
You can't just dangle that in front of us like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
John,
just
don't
did.
dangle.
Dangle, boy.
I just did.
Put it away.
I just did.
I don't want to see it.
Game recognizes game. The NCAA and my buddy Bart.
This is
shaking
disgusting.
hands.
John's now emboldened.
shaking hands.
John is continually Bart pilled.
No, you know what, John? This means that Bart's mainstream now. You have to find a new underground statistician.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking because he was underground. I was just looking because he was good and he was free.
Oh, Socialist John at it again. Redistribute the college basketball rankings.
The means of college basketball.
We're burying the lead, folks.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The Cubs have won 3 in a row.
You said you were done with Cubs updates.
The
I
lead?
never said I was done.
How is that the lead, John?
Yeah, that should be more like the lead.
They've won 3 in a row.
Burying the lead.
That's big time.
Mm.
And went to a cocktail party and a media day broke out.
Oh.
All coming up today on the Grum. Brought to you by Union Bank. And that's your Roofery's starting lineup. Your Grum down. 402-951-1620. 42 degrees is sourced by your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
Your mom's house? It's by it.
Nice.
J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Mm-hmm.
Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first string. The best part of
waking
the
up,
fact that that Skenes
cup.
has a no-hitter is he still doesn't have the lead because the Pirates haven't scored either.
Not good. Not good, John.
Not good.
We've seen this happen before. No hitters going into extra innings. Didn't Pedro Martinez have one but it didn't count because it went like to 10 innings? Or was that a perfect game?
Did they stop counting?
Well,
if you go into
the
extras?
most famous,
the longest no-hitter?
It was a 10-inning no-hitter for Pedro Martinez.
the most famous, and in fact, it involves the city of Milwaukee and the
game.
Pittsburgh Pirates, was Harvey Haddix.
Mm.
Harvey Haddix had a perfect game for 12 innings.
Wow. Haddix, Maddox, a lot of addixes.
And they lost.
Oh, wow.
Skenes doesn't sound like an addix.
So,
They lost.
So yeah, he Pedro in 2000, he had a no hitter into the 9th inning. Oh, but then he lost it on a leadoff single. But no, he had another one that it was a perfect game, but it wasn't official because it went into extras. Very sad.
That's dumb.
Pedro was awesome.
They should let it count if you go into extras.
Do you remember Pedro?
Are you talking to John?
Talking to John, yeah.
Pedro Martinez?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I remember Pedro
So
Martinez?
here it is. June 3rd, 1995, pitching for Montreal. He retired the first 27 Padres batters. However, the score was still tied 0-0 at that point and went into extra innings. The Expos scored a run in the top of the 10th, but Martinez surrendered a double to the 28th batter that he faced.
Womp womp.
Yeah, bummer.
Pirates are on the board.
So he didn't get a perfect game or a no-hitter.
Now the Pirates scored, so you don't have to worry about that for the moment.
Yeah, nice.
Though, will Skenes actually continue to pitch?
That's the
I have a
question.
feeling they're going to pull him.
That's the question.
Cowards. Tim writes into the Equitable Bank inbox, I was at the 2010 Texas A&M Nebraska game, sat 12 rows behind the Nebraska bench.
Oh.
Although it was loud, the energy and activity on the Nebraska bench that day bordered on the psychotic. It was surreal. Players and coaches screaming at each other and the refs all night long. You couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but it was pretty embarrassing to be a Nebraska fan to see all that go down in person.
Oh, wow.
The refs did screw us. The pass interference call and roughing the passer were just terrible. Those refs threw the flags with gusto. You could tell they weren't impartial that evening. The only good thing I have to say about that game was that the Aggie fans were great. They all wanted you to stop by and have a drink at their tailgate. And after the game, there was no taunting or fighting, unlike Missouri in 1997 or any Colorado game. That is from Tim.
Wow. Nice email. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Aggie fans, for being good people.
Well, they were. They're a cult. And remember what happened at the
Yeah.
World Series? Remember yelling at that coach?
Those two were not.
Those two definitely were.
They were definitely not in the stands for that 2010 game near our listener friend Tim.
No, they were not.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's the Grum. Glad you could be with us today.
Let's do it.
And we will roll into what is,
What
to
do we
me,
start with? The playoff?
Yes.
Oh. Get our soapboxes out, Nick. It's time.
Both of them?
Get both of them out, Nick.
Yeah, we're going to need it because
Oh.
this was not
good.
This was not the deal we bargained for.
No, it was not.
It was not the deal we bargained for. 1620 the zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
even trying to remember what I was posting about this morning. Oh,
Prime.
it was about the it was about the fact that basically teams are canceling non-conference series.
It was the FB schedules tweet that we'll get to later on. Yeah. About all the SEC games that have been taken off the board over the next few years.
And someone sent me a tweet. Now, this is going to have to go way back here because
you've been venting about it all day.
Yeah. Well, no, I haven't necessarily been venting about it as much as people have been responding to everything. And it was crazy because I was like, what? This tweet that I got this morning in response, it's like, no, what are you talking about? That's weird. It just doesn't make sense.
Because I had not seen this.
I had not either, and I was stunned. So I had to do some research. I just wanted to double check and verify because I don't know if you know this, but
it's hard to trust the internet these days.
Bingo.
Did you find it yet?
Yeah, it's from Nebraska Phil.
Okay.
Who wrote, the chair of the playoff committee already said they'll choose warm weather teams over cold weather teams. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Bro, what's going on here with this
screenshot
okay.
of the tweet from Colin Wilson, who writes for Action Network, who had this quote from College Football Playoff Executive Director Rich Clark. He's the brand new director of the CFP. And I thought, that's weird. Where did that come from? So I did some Googling, and I finally found it. Found the full quote.
Okay.
And here it is. Rich Clark, who was at Big 12 Media Days this week, was asked about how the at-large spots would be selected. And remember, if you're an at-large,
you get to host.
And if you're a seeds 5 through 8, you get to host. Because remember, seeds 1 through 4, who will all be conference champions, will be giving a bye into the quarterfinal round where they will be at a bowl site. And here's Clark's answer to the question of how the at-large spots will be selected.
Real quick, so where was this question and answer at?
At Big 12 Media Days.
Okay.
This week down in Vegas.
Okay.
Did they save his no-hitter?
Yeah, they saved it.
Oh,
but they almost
go.
ran into each other while they did it.
Oh,
it was close.
Oh, so 2 outs into the 7th, Skenes has a no-hitter leading 1-0 over Milwaukee.
Okay.
Here's the quote from Rich Clark, College Football Playoff Commissioner. There's a lot of factors that are going to go into this. Weather is going to be a factor because this game later in the year, in the winter, than they normally would. Hotels are a factor. Do they have the level of hotels that would be expected for a playoff game and the availability when we need it? Everything from ticket sales to managing how we distribute the tickets. It's not a game they've been planning on for 6 to 8 months. So he's saying
those things matter.
Those things will all matter. Weather's going to matter. Hotel availability will matter. And how they manage their ticket sales.
By the way, no hitter through 7 now.
Will matter.
All right, so I have a whole host of questions to start this out. And the first one would be, he has to be misunderstanding or he has to be wrong. That's not even a question. It's more of a statement. Because, so I've been trying to unpack this in my mind. And I guess the first thing that I thought of when I saw the quote earlier today, John, was 8 versus 9. Are we just talking about 8 versus 9? Are they, if it's like Penn State versus, LSU, are they going to opt for the LSU game because in theory it would be warmer versus going up to Pennsylvania? But that sounds like he is talking about all of the games. So are you really discussing seeding doesn't matter, or that you are going to move teams around seed-wise just to make it easier? And here's the other thing about this. Most of the teams involved, if you want to talk about hotels, these are college towns. We are not talking about big markets outside of like the occasional Los Angeles. I guess Georgia would be close enough to Atlanta. Some of the other southern schools would be close enough to Atlanta. But not a whole lot of these, Columbus, Ohio. We're not talking about a lot of big markets. We are talking about small college towns. Lincoln, Nebraska, Eugene, Oregon, where the airport is in Portland. I cannot imagine that this is true because it defeats the entire purpose of earning a home game.
Well, precisely. because you're factoring things in that are not football related.
Yeah.
You're essentially, if we're to take this at face value from Rich Clark, College Football Playoff Committee Chair, if we were to take this at face value, he is saying that the at-large process, how you pick these teams, obviously how you did during the season, that's a given. But that we're also going to factor in weather. We're also going to factor in hotel availability. We're also going to factor in how ticket sales are and how they distribute tickets. Because in his words, it's not a game they've been planning on for 6 to 8 months. So what we're talking about, it's almost as if they're treating these games like, oh, it's a bowl game.
Yeah.
And let me spell this out as clearly as I can to the pinheads that run college sports, who are not the smartest people in the room.
And they never have been.
And they never have been. And I'm going to speak slowly. This is not a bowl game. No matter how much you want to make it a bowl game, when you decided, and in defense of Clark, he wasn't there when they decided on the 12-team playoff. He just became the commissioner.
Yeah.
But when the powers that be decided we're going to do a playoff and the first-round games are going to be hosted by schools, you immediately threw out the notion that the bowls are going to be involved in all of it. And I suppose there's part of this that if you're a school like a Liberty or a Boise or, somebody who's not a Power 5 school, Power 4 school, whatever the hell we want, a grand brand, I suppose you probably feel this is as much targeted at you than at anyone else. Because I could hear the concern right now. What if Boise was a 5, 6, 7, or 8 seed? What if?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they can't handle this. They can't handle hosting a playoff game because the mindset is, well, this is like a bowl game. We have to. No, it's not like a bowl game. It's an additional home plate game. The tickets would be sold by the school. There'll be an allotment that will be for the other team, but this isn't a bowl game where each team gets the same number of tickets. It defeats the whole purpose of why it's a home game. When the Dallas Cowboys host a playoff game, they don't have to provide the same number of tickets to Green Bay Packer fans. That's just not how it works. But yet, it's what it sounds like to me is the mindset here is they're treating this like it's a bowl game. Oh, by the way, Boise does host a bowl game.
Yes, they do.
Not that matters here or there, but just pointing that out. So the idea that weather is going to be a factor, I don't think something like this is necessarily targeted at a Nebraska. Though I did notice a lot of people, in fact, the article that I found that has this full quote came from a Penn State source. And there were folks at Penn State
that
were
freaking
like,
out, yeah.
They were like, oh, wait a minute. We're cold weather. We're not the easiest place to get to. We don't have a lot of hotels. My answer to all of this would be, hey, that's part of the deal. We'll help figure everything out for these towns if it gets to that point.
So Happer just sent me a clip, and Nick, I have it in the StreamYard, so we're good to go there. Because I'm wondering if the question and answer might be a little off from what was in that story. So I just want to play this whole clip.
Let's play the clip.
It's a minute long, and so I think it's going to include the question, and we will have the answer.
Let's play the clip.
And so here it is.
When you mentioned a few minutes ago that making sure you help campuses get ready to host these 4 games, outside of the quick turnaround, 2 weeks that you're hosting, what does a campus need to host a playoff game that they wouldn't have for an October conference game?
Yeah, that's a great question, Barry. So there's a lot of factors that are going to go into this. Weather is going to be a factor that they're going to have to consider because this game is going to be later in the year, in the winter than they normally were. Hotels are a factor. Do they have the level of hotel that would be expected for a playoff game, and do they have the availability when we need it, right? practice space. Those are the kinds of things that people need to keep in mind. But also, I mean, everything from ticket sales to managing how we distribute the tickets, all those kinds of things have to come into play. It's not a game that they had been planning on for 6 or 8 months. They didn't know.
So I guess, yeah, so that question.
I mean, the paraphrase quote that I read, I mean, basically that's what he said there.
But the question is less about, are they choosing? As Hot Danger writes, the question wasn't about who they are selecting. It was about prepping the site. So it's less about, it's not a direct, are you choosing teams based off of weather? It's, what do the teams that get selected need to do? I don't think, look, I have been wrong before and I will be wrong again. I cannot imagine that after all of this, that they would reseed based off of weather or hotels. I think that I'm hearing that answer is you just have to make sure that you are ready to do it, that you can do it.
If that's the case, then then that's fine.
Yeah, I'm happy that we've now heard the question from friend of the Grum, Barry Trammell.
That's Barry Trammell, Oklahoma, formerly of the Oklahoman, who asked the question. So that clears up some.
Yeah.
That clears up some.
All these towns can handle the hotels.
Well, yes, of course
they do it
can.
already. They do it already. Yeah.
Trust me, if a team thinks it has a chance to host, they're going to make sure, okay, who are the hotels we usually work with?
Yeah.
We'll block out a number of rooms that are necessary, but it's not like you're going to be handling. Well, first of all, it's not their responsibility to have hotels saved up for opposing fans. That's their own problem.
Exactly. And they'll figure it out.
And they'll figure it out if they're going to go to the site.
And a lot of people have brought this up over the last day or since you tweeted this out. Like, they do this in the NFL. And again, a lot of those cities are big cities. But you know what is not? Green Bay, Wisconsin. Not a large city. They figure it out. It's hosted NFC championship games before. They'll be fine. Max says, honestly, from that question and answer, it seems like the commissioner is just talking about factors that the team in town will need to factor in and consider. That video changes my perception completely.
And it does me too.
Yeah, me
and
too.
I'm glad.
I'm really happy that we had it sent to us.
I'm glad that we had it.
Thank you, Happer.
I'm glad that we had it.
Because yes, when I first saw that quote, without the context of the question, it just seems like this is going to, change how we see. And like, that would be entirely unfair. And it would defeat the purpose of the importance of a regular season race at the end. Because pretend you're a Big Ten team.
Correct.
And you're going into that like, it doesn't matter if we're 10-2 or if we're 9-3 or if we're 12-0. We're not going to get to host a playoff game because it's too cold. So yeah, I think there's a part of me, John, that thinks that this is also about teams and if they want to do this. Because you remember, I mean, we made fun of it yesterday with Michigan State. Their Black Friday game or whatever it was last year, their Saturday night game in November, they played it in Detroit, which is just so ridiculous to me. Come on. You're grown-ups. Play outside. What are we doing? It's November. And so there's a part of me that wonders, is this also about those types of schools that are for some reason afraid of playing these games at night and are thinking about playing in NFL stadiums or in domes, which is just like, my God. You said it at the start of the segment. Like, these are not smart people. They never have been.
Yeah.
But man, it's so far. So I'm hoping that everything is going to be okay.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. It really does.
Yeah,
it really does. So I apologize if I've set off a nerve because I had a lot of people respond to this today regarding all of this, and I'll try to.
Fox News, John. For the record, I also thought the same.
No, I did too. We all reacted.
That was insane.
It's nice to hear the question.
Yes,
from friend of the Grum, Barry Trammell.
Yeah, having the question there definitely helps.
Yeah,
having the question there definitely helps. But yeah, this isn't a bowl game. This is just But also, don't overthink it.
I know, seriously.
These towns host games all the time.
Yeah,
people will figure this stuff out, and you don't have to worry about practice space. The teams are going to practice at home. They're going to fly in the day before the game like they did if it's a non-conference game.
Correct.
And then they'll walk through when they get to the stadium and they'll play the next day.
You know what, too? Like, if they're worried about, it's like when I hear hotels, I think more about like the hoity-toities and media. That's what I think of. Like, do they have enough hotels? And when I hear that, I think, for the people who spend lots of money. And then I think of places like Ann Arbor, Michigan or Columbus, Ohio. And that game every year when they play each other, how the stadium is full and the press box is full and the suites are full and everything is full because that is a massive game. And I have to guess that Fox when that game rolls around, they bring in a lot of their advertisers for Michigan and Ohio State to say, thank you for supporting us. You get to watch this game. If they can do that for the biggest regular season game every single year, they're going to do just fine. They're going to do just fine for these December football games.
Is there a link to this that we can tweet out so people can see it for themselves?
I can tweet out the video.
Yeah, because I don't have a link to it.
Okay, yeah, I can tweet out the video from at USC 1620.
Yeah, and
it's a weird camera angle because he starts walking away and the camera angle never moves.
Yeah,
but yeah, I will.
The audio is the
tweet
most important.
Yeah. I will tweet that out on top of your original one so people can see it from there.
There you go. So that'll help clear up some of the air. Well, there you go. Yeah. We solved one problem.
Look at us, America saved.
Look, we did it. We're basically James Bond or Indiana Jones.
Well, we didn't save any lives or anything.
We might have. You never know whose lives you changed by touching them, John.
The Pirates have pulled Skenes.
Oh my gosh. Boo!
He was right at 100 pitches or right in that neighborhood. So he had a no-hitter. And when you know who won the pony, first guy up in the 8th inning against the relief pitcher gets a hit. So Skenes will get credit for 7 innings of no-hit baseball, but it won't be a no-hitter.
Funny how that works. The new guy comes in and...
I mean, I don't want the Brewers to win because they're in first place and they're running away with it, but I almost now want the Brewers to win just because baseball managers are a bunch of ninnies.
More like the
Is it the managers or is it the brass?
It could be both.
Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620. Just wait. The SEC will flex its muscle on this. The first time Alabama or someone similar has to play at Iowa in December and the weather looks bad, they'll scream bloody murder to move the game under this clause.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't.
Will they cry about it? Sure. They're not going to move the game.
I wouldn't put it past anybody that, but keep in mind that in the next probably 5, but no more than 10 years from now, you won't have to worry about the Iowa States in a college football.
Well, he said Iowa.
You may not have to worry about the Iowas in a football playoff.
Wait
anymore.
until I get the game.
It has nothing to do with
making a
the quality of Iowa.
They will not. They can cry all they want. They're going to have to deal with it. The South is going to get to host these games too. It's life. Deal with it.
Well, but
you can't get everything you want. It's not how life works.
My thought is that
I know that they won't be involved in it anymore.
They may not be involved in it anymore, or more bowl games will be involved, or neutral sites will be involved in this.
Yeah, because you're insanely pessimistic about this.
Maybe.
Gee, I wonder.
You said we wouldn't get home playoff games in the first place, and now we are.
Why?
You were wrong about that
for 2 years.
Yeah.
That's all
and
we're
then they're going to get more,
for.
and we're going to get more home games after that.
I
put it on the extended list.
Oh,
get the medium-sized eggs. Get the slightly smaller than ostrich eggs.
Slightly smaller. That's still pretty big.
It's still pretty big. Travis says, if there is any hint of SEC team playing in a Big Ten school, Sankey and ESPN will be campaigning so hard. Got to deal with it. Sorry. It's going to happen. They're going to deal with it. I'm not going to allow myself to worry this much.
Oh, I'm not worried.
No, you're not. But people like Travis, you can't be that cynical about everything. You can't.
Yeah, but when it comes to college sports and the idiocy that runs it,
but it just assumes that like Ohio State and Michigan and Oregon aren't these like huge brands that matter, and that them hosting a game is like this impossible thing.
No, but I think the notion is that college football has been so institutionalized with the notion of bowl games that it may revert back to that if the money talks. If the money talks, because the thing. Again, the crazy thing about this whole process is teams 5, 6, 7, and 8 in the seedings will get to do this. Teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 don't.
Yeah, and so my argument, if I was those teams, would not be everyone should play bowl games.
No.
It would be give us a damn
I'm
home
not
game.
saying that the teams necessarily would argue for or against it, but as we all know, the money talks. And if someone offers enough of the money...
Which is odd because they get to keep the money if they don't have to give it to bulls. They get the money. It's all their money. If you don't have to involve another party, it's like the scene from The Office. What do you say you do? I'm the guy who goes to the other guy. No, we don't need you, guy. We don't need you. We don't need you, bulls. Antiquated. We want the money. It makes no sense.
But if the playoff earns more money because they allow the bowls in, thus there's more money going to all of the schools.
Travis has followed up. He says, I agree that they need to deal with it, but we also saw something similar happen last year, wanting to get Bama and UGA in over FSU. That wasn't, in my opinion, that wasn't about that. It was more about a quarterback being hurt, which is another ridiculous thing.
Mm-hmm.
We all agree on that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because it was the SEC. It was because they wanted to figure out how to get those teams in and keep Florida State out because of the quarterback.
Coming up, we have a Butler. It's official.
Oh, man, it's nice. We can finally break this thing down.
Yes. And we're going to find out why Nebraska has a Super Bowl on its schedule. On 1620 The Zone.
They gave me my theme music!
For the second straight year, Deion Sanders is making a massive overhaul at Colorado. And we don't give a shit.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct, now. Poops on Prime.
Oh, man, I always forget about how long the poop lasts.
Yeah, I forget about all the fart noises.
Yep, it's time for our favorite new bit, Poops on Prime, where we find out today that Deion Sanders and Scott Frost are the same.
Whoa! Jinx.
Here was a quote from Prime at Big 12 Media Days. Speaking of his 6 of his 8 losses last year.
Okay.
People forget Colorado lost 8 games last
year. It's a good reminder.
Look at the scores. 6 of the losses were 1-possession games. We were close. But we didn't have what we needed to get over the hump. The record was what it was. But when you're talking about progress, before we got there, ... trails off. But we were close.
We were close. The margins of victory the year before, that's totally different. You've got to check those. Folks, have you checked the scores from last year?
Oh, shoot. Do we need to put on the list if Colorado's going to onside kick at some point this year?
Oh, God. Maybe they'll do it against Nebraska.
They might. Other quotes from Prime. Sanders was jokingly angry at his athletic director, Rick George, for scheduling North Dakota State as the opener. They're really darn good, man. Like you can't give me a layup or something?
Nice. That's like what Bill Moose said.
Yeah.
Can't they give our guy easy games?
Yeah. This is all starting to sound eerily familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Like this quote from Deion Sanders about how Colorado fits into the Big 12.
Okay.
Why would we be trying to fit into anything? I ain't never tried to fit into nothing. We don't fit in, man. We fit out.
Was he talking about outfits?
The Big 12 is going to adjust to us.
Also, I love hearing John read that quote.
That was great. Can you read that again?
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Why would we be trying to fit into anything? I ain't never tried to fit into nothing. We don't fit in, man. We fit out.
That is, the conference is going to have to adjust to us.
Mm-hmm.
Man, has Prime been frost-pilled?
We fit out when you throw away your we.
Mm-hmm. And then there was this, and it will lead into a quote from Shador in just a moment. Brett McMurphy tweeted this out yesterday. Deion Sanders talking about how he's judged. Quote, I'm judged on a different scale. My wins are totally different than your wins.
I mean, the 4 wins from last year? Hey, he beat Nebraska.
Scale. 4 wins is more than none wins.
Hey, only 7 teams beat Nebraska last year, and he was one of them.
4 wins is bigger than none wins.
Sure, but
that's true.
So here was Shador Sanders yesterday speaking to the press, and we actually have the audio of this, so you can hear from Shador himself.
Perfect.
In terms of him operating with a certain obligation, does that sort of flow over to you as his son and being in the spotlight, as you just answered, that it's a different level in how you feel you have to perform? Do you have an obligation to perform at a different level?
It's been that since day one. I remember first media day when I was in HBCU, I said, we won't lose a game. I'm undefeated in the SWAC, so I already know what the expectation comes with. I know we're everybody's Super Bowl, so I'm really just I always stay level-headed, stay grounded, because I would never want to be that guy, look back, and not being able to take advantage of the moment that we have right now.
I know we're everybody's Super Bowl.
So you're going to disagree with this?
Disagree with it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
I have a feeling.
What do you mean, why?
I have a feeling.
How many championships do you win by beating Colorado?
You don't think that people love beating them, that people don't take extra satisfaction and put more into that game?
But that doesn't make it their Super Bowl.
John, come on. Now we're splitting hairs.
No, we're not splitting any hairs.
Yes,
no, we're not splitting any hairs.
I'm with John on this.
That's fine. You guys are both wrong.
We're not splitting any hairs here.
Just because it's a game that people are going to look forward to. When you're a program like
Nebraska, who has played for championships, when you're any program that's played for any championships, yes, you can put more into the game or feel like you've gotten more out of it because you beat a big trash talker.
Yeah.
But it ain't no Super Bowl. That's a whole different ball of wax.
See, and that's where I say we're splitting hairs. Like, if you want to literally define it as like the biggest game that anyone has ever played in, of course it's not that. It's a huge game. Everybody wants to beat them.
He said it.
So if he would have said, everybody wants to beat us, it's a really big game, you'd be okay with it. But because he said Super Bowl, that's the difference. It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's like Happer saying 29 is 30. It's
not,
the same
it's
thing.
It's not the same thing.
I think when he said that we're people's Super Bowl, I think he actually believes that it's a big game for everybody.
It is. Everybody wants to beat Colorado. Everybody, when they got the schedule, when all the Big 12 teams got the schedule, and they were like, who are we playing this year? And everyone saw that they were playing Colorado. They all were like, hell yes. They want to whoop them. Everybody does after last year. Everybody, look at what Oregon did. They took so much pride and joy in smoking their asses last year.
Sure
Everybody wants to do that to them.
Of course
Everybody
they do.
is looking ahead to the Colorado game.
Of course they do.
So
But-
if we're
but-
defining it as the literal biggest game ever, then yes, I will admit that is a bit silly. But come on, this is a huge game for every team that plays them.
No, it is not a huge
That's
game.
crazy.
No, it is not crazy.
Man,
There's a difference between wanting to win a game because it's a big game and wanting to win a game to shut somebody up.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
And sometimes you take more pride in the latter.
When I hear
This isn't about how much pride you take into it.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the pride. It's just you can be motivated because you're playing for something. You're playing for a title. You can also be motivated simply because you're playing a rival or you're playing someone you really want to beat. There's
And you can also be
levels of
motivated
motivation.
because like you really despise everything that they stand for. And sometimes I think the most energy goes into the last one more than the other two.
Right, but that's not what he said. He said we're everybody's Super Bowl.
See, and again, that's where I think we're picking nits. Like we are really trying to like take one little quote and make it this huge thing. When I think he is right, if it's not the biggest game anybody will ever play. I obviously would admit that. But I think he is closer to the truth than you two are.
No, he's not. Because it's not everybody's Super Bowl. Just because you want to beat somebody doesn't necessarily mean it's a bigger game on your schedule than anything else. Do you think the Colorado game is the biggest game on Nebraska's schedule?
Yes, I've said as much many times. Of course it is.
Well, that's asinine.
That's fine, but if they lose the game, John, the season will unravel. And so if they win,
and that's the problem. The weak-mindedness of people, not you, but the weak-mindedness in general of people who think if Nebraska loses this game, their whole season is unraveling.
And I think it would.
Matt Rule, you can send your angry emails to Josh at 1620 The Zone.
How proud he knows.
This is the kind of nonsense that I am trying to tamp down.
That's fine.
Because if you're going to be a damn bit good at anything, you are not going to let one setback derail an entire season.
Well, that's the thing. I think they're going to win the game,
The biggest
though.
problem with Nebraska football the last few years is the chickens putting all the eggs in one basket. And then when the basket collapses and all the eggs break, no one knows what to do.
So what is the biggest game on the season, on the schedule then? It's not Colorado?
I don't know what the biggest game on the schedule is this year. I don't think every year has to have a biggest game on the schedule.
Mean, if you have to define every game 1 through 12, there has to be a number one.
But I don't look at it that way. Not for this year. If you're a team, yes, back in the day, the Oklahoma game was the biggest game on the schedule.
Sure.
Because Nebraska and Oklahoma had earned their level and earned their place, and you just knew that the previous 10 or 11 games, however many there were, Nebraska and Oklahoma were going to win those games, and they were going to set up the big dance at the end of the season. But Nebraska's not in that position right now.
And that's why the Colorado game is the biggest, because they are not in that position, because they are a fragile program, and they have been a fragile program.
I disagree.
You just walked me right into the reason why the Colorado game is the biggest game. They're not that program anymore, and they haven't been for a long time.
But there's a difference between that. Why is it the biggest game?
Because I think if they win the game, it allows them to slingshot moving forward, and if they lose it,
by beating a team that won 4 games last year.
Again, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. You got to beat this team. You got to get past this team. You got to prove to yourself that you can handle a big moment, and this is a big moment for this program. That is inarguable. It's a huge moment. Everybody knows it's a huge moment.
It's a huge moment. Why?
What do you mean, why? Come on, man. It's
a
Colorado.
huge moment. Why?
It's the rival. They beat you
Colorado,
last year.
a program that has been garbage.
Come on, man.
Josh, it's a program that has been garbage for 20 years.
Then why are we approaching this game, and why are we as a station going to treat this like it is the biggest game on the schedule? Because even we know it is. Come on, it is. It's okay.
No, it is not the biggest game on the schedule.
We're not going to do anything on the station anywhere near what we do for the Colorado.
Would you stop?
Are we not?
Would you stop? So what? So what that we're going to be
All right.
there?
I'm just saying.
There's a difference between it's a big game because the fans really want it,
and the players,
and a big game
and the
because
coaches.
What you've heard Matt Rule talk about this? You've heard the players saying how big this is.
You don't think if you got him with a little truth serum and you brought up this game that he wouldn't admit this game is freaking massive for our program? You don't think that that's the case? Of course, this game is huge. It's inarguable. I'm not going to hear that it's not. It is.
Yeah, but I'm also.
You don't want
I'm
it to
also
be.
not going to surrender myself.
I'm not either. But I'm
or
also
anybody
not
else
on the
to the
team.
idea that in Nebraska, if they don't win this game, they're going to collapse. Or if they win this game, they're going to launch to the moon.
You have more faith than I do.
Because if you're going to build a program the way I think Matt Rule wants to build a program in the right way, you're going to treat this similar to what Osborne used to do. That's what you're going to do.
But
now it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean something to beat that team and that you don't really want to beat that team because they've given you bulletin board material or whatever other emotion. But I don't know if this is the biggest game on the schedule.
I think you are applying your own feelings towards it. And you're applying
your own feelings to this. We all apply our own feelings to this.
You don't want this game to mean that much. And for a variety of reasons. And I hear the reasons.
I want this game to mean something.
You just don't want it to mean everything.
Because I've seen what happens when fragile people put all their eggs in one basket and the basket collapses.
But what happened in all those games that you're bringing up when they lost them, it did do that. That's what I think would happen. That's why it is.
But there's a difference because this is strictly about emotion. This isn't about the quality of the opponent. This is strictly about emotion.
100%.
All those other eggs in the basket games were against good programs.
Sure.
Winning programs.
Definitely.
Who represented, hey, we got to beat these guys if we're going to make this step. Winning or losing this Colorado game is not, in my opinion, going to advance Nebraska any further as a program or necessarily drop it any further behind unless they allow it to.
Agreed, which is why I think it's that big of a game. But
think Scott Frost isn't the coach anymore.
That's fine.
I believe that Matt Rule, if he's going to do this the right way, that's the way you have to look at it.
As always, I keep saying, I think they're going to win the game, so that's why.
I do too.
So there you go.
But anyway,
it's funny. We will never agree on this. We have argued about this all off season long.
No, we're not gonna agree on it. But come on, man, he's calling it the Super Bowl. Do you think we got
national championship? Same thing.
National championship.
I was making a joke there. It's a huge game. It's inarguable. Every team wants to beat them. They will be bulletin board material for every team that they play. It's the biggest game for everybody.
Kansas State was bulletin board material back in the day.
It's not back in the day, John. It's 2024 now.
I'm just giving you comparisons to other years where teams who rattled their Colorado. The difference was when Colorado rattled off its mouth back in the 90s, they were actually good.
They were, but you know what? So was Nebraska. They're not anymore. Got to start somewhere though.
Yeah, it's called UTEP.
Okay. I'm not going to pretend that UTEP is the biggest game. We're not going to do that. We are radio hosts. We don't have to go one game at a time.
Oh, I'm not.
You just did. You brought up UTEP.
I just brought it up because it's the first game on the schedule.
Yeah, dorks. Anyone who does that, you're a dork. Sorry that Nick didn't get to say a whole lot of words. Someone said earlier he should raise his hand.
I just had takes.
Yeah, well, we got to go to BC now.
We do.
Yeah.
BC's coming up next on 1620 The Zone. Super Bowl! Welcome back. Let's go to the 42 Degrees The Source hotline and welcome in Brian Christopherson of Husker 24/7. We have now hit for the cycle, the 24/7 cycle this week.
3 days in a row, no less.
Yeah, but we get BC today. BC, what's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. What a treat for your listeners to get the cycle like that, man.
Well, and you get to be the one because now it's official.
Yeah, this is great.
I'm so glad because we would have been very wrong for the last several days talking about John Butler and doing all this deep dive into Butler this, Butler that, and all his players love him and then find out, oh, no, this wasn't it. But it was made official today. John Butler, the former Buffalo Bill defensive back coach, is now Nebraska's defensive back coach and pass game coordinator. So we've now, BC, had 6 days-ish. Well, 5 since we heard about Butler to absorb all of this. Anything change in your viewpoint from this past weekend to today in terms of what this hire could mean or does mean for Nebraska?
Not really. I mean, from the beginning, when I first heard his name, I thought that's a pretty impressive poll this late in the game. I mean, it's not very often, like 3 to 4 weeks from fall camp, you're going to get a hire with a resume like John Butler has when you think about, all the experience he had in the college game even prior to before he was in the NFL. I like the fact that it's not just that he was the DC at Penn State in 2013 and the secondary coach there, but you go back and he was a special teams coordinator in his background and he's a linebackers coach. So he's one of those guys who's kind of done it all. And you're talking about a coach who, right after last football season ended, was right in the mix for the Buffalo Bills defensive coordinator conversation. I mean, he was the second guy, basically, it seems like. So it's a nice addition on paper. It's not one of those like sometimes you have to do with an assistant coach where you're doing sort of the extended Google search, I guess, where you're like, oh, okay, he was at this Sam Houston State or what? No disrespect, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a guy with a track record that it pops off pretty easily to you. And he's got big ambition, too. I know the Athletic quote has been cited a lot, how he'd like to lead a defense at some point. And I'm not one of those who's just going to say, oh, it's going to be Tony White this year and then John Butler the next year. I don't think things always work like that. But he's just a nice guy to have on your staff if things like that do come down the line, too.
BC, what's the most pressing issue that he has for year one as coach on the field for this defensive back room?
Somewhat it's maintaining. I mean, one of the strengths of this defense last year was they didn't have a lot of just big busts. Like you had to say, like, it wasn't like we've seen defenses in the past at Nebraska where they had some good stuff, but they were like those, explosives that would pop up at the wrong times and kind of destroy everything. Nebraska was pretty sound on that back end, but he's got to do it with a slightly different cast of characters. Tommy Hill was a guy who really came on, at the end of last season, but I think everybody wants to see him develop into just a consistent week 1 through week 12 type of guy. He's got a couple of guys who are coming back from really tough injuries and, Deshaun Singleton and Marquise Buford. So you want to see if you can get those guys hitting the ground running and playing the best football of their careers. I think the thing that's really to his advantage, though, as I go through some of those names and then you throw in like an Isaac Gifford, is he does get a room with, at least on the top line of the depth chart, he's got guys who have been around a bit, sort of know how this scheme's supposed to work, have big expectations. You like Isaac Gifford to me is like the, bulldog of the entire team. Like he's that guy who's just got sort of some grit to him. And, he came back because he had unfinished business. So I think that's a really nice deal for a new coach when he doesn't have a long runway, is that at least he's got players in his room at the top of his depth chart, include Malcolm Hartzog in there who play a lot of football. So that makes it a little easier maybe.
Talking with Brian Christopherson of Husker 24/7. It was made official today. John Butler is the new defensive backs coach. How big of an adjustment do you think this is going to be for Matt Rule in that he has had Cooper by his side at virtually every stop of his head coaching career, and now that trusted advisor, that, right-hand man is not going to be around anymore?
Yeah, I don't underestimate the loss there. I mean, there was a reason why, Evan Cooper, go by the salary. He was like 650, 700,000. He was somewhere around there. That's a lot for, a position coach who doesn't have a coordinator title. And a big part of it was he was such a trusted evaluator of talent. Like, he was so good at it. He coaches on the staff would say he just had an eye for seeing guys, maybe even ahead of others who had potential. And he was really good at connecting with recruits. He brought Nebraska into certain places on the map, like Miami. He had a lot of impact on guys like Ja'Cory Barney. I think Vincent Schaefer's maybe you'd throw in there, although that was kind of a staff recruitment. But Evan Cooper was a big deal to Matt Rule at every stop he's been at. So I think John Butler's resume tells you he's like a really good on-field coach. And I got to dig more into his recruiting chops, but it's that recruiting part where you do wonder about the loss of Evan Cooper, because we can't act like he wasn't that guy who, during camps was always sort of by Rule, and he was that guy you're kind of looking where he's at on the field during those camps, like who's Evan Cooper looking at? It mattered. So it was not a small deal by any means when he resigned. And it's one of those, in fact, headlines where I do think like other people in the business saw it and they're like, whoa, they know that he was like Rule's guy, like with evaluations and stuff. That doesn't mean they don't have others who can do that. But sometimes we do like to put stuff under the rug around here, act like it wasn't a big deal. I'm not going to be like that with that. I think he was very important in the whole operation.
BC, speaking of recruiting, there's been a lot of chatter and conversation this offseason that Nebraska's recruiting efforts, not that that's lacking, but maybe the spoils of getting a 5-star quarterback haven't really shown itself a whole lot yet in terms of some of the players that have committed, especially at those skill spots. Do you think that there needs to be a little bit of proof of concept that the guys in high school still has, that like if Dylan Raiola and Nebraska's offense gets, whether it's getting off to a good start or just playing well throughout the year, that is where that tide could potentially turn? Or is it more just something else that it's going to need to be a bit more long-term and getting guys into the NFL that maybe changes that?
Yeah, I think both things matter. I think they need to have that first season where it's not like Dylan Raiola and the Husker offense has to be like top 15 in passing or anything. But you want to see them take that jump from like 120th, to the middle, the meaty part of the curve, as George Costanza says. And I'm trying to limit my Seinfeld references, but I have it in my head because there's a line in Seinfeld where Jerry says, because he's my Butler. And so John Butler has brought Seinfeld to the tip of my brain today. Even though I realized the other day, like bringing up Seinfeld references, it would be like my dad 30 years ago bringing up Gunsmoke references. I mean, that's how old that show is.
Yes, so but don't give our producer any more ammunition because he does not like Seinfeld. Seinfeld references are timeless because people keep referring to them.
Yes, like the Beatles.
Yeah,
like the Beatles.
Okay, fair enough. I did intercept a good question though that Josh asked. I think I do.
Well, that's good. We need more turnovers. It's part of the turnover thing,
Yeah, I do think though you got to put the data out there a little bit. That's always the way it is. I think a lot of the recruits, when Dylan signed up for Nebraska, there were certainly guys who maybe weren't looking at the Huskers as much, who were like, yeah, that's interesting, and they kind of sat up in their chairs. And now you need to take that one next step and put it on the field. And I think a good point is putting some guys in the draft too, stuff like that. You start to accumulate that over the next year or two. That can help. It doesn't always just happen overnight where you end up flipping every 4-star that you're in the hunt for with 2 or 3 other teams. It does take some time, but certainly the offense, like being even in the middle of the country this year in their statistics, I think would go a long way in showing, this is going to be pretty good under this quarterback, and this offense can be pretty exciting. And then if you can have a guy like, Ja'Cory Barney and Jalen Lloyd, Malachi Coleman, some of those second, first-year guys in college football take off, that also is very appealing to recruits, where they say, okay, that guy didn't have to wait that long to make his presence known. And so I think that could be a big deal if that happens this year.
Kind of speaking of proof of concept, it was surprising earlier this week or last week when David Sanders Jr., the number 1 rated offensive tackle, put Nebraska in his Final Four, even though he hadn't been on his Final 6 prior to that. And there's a notion of, well, hey, Nebraska's in on him. That's a good thing. But does this almost feel like, as you continue to try to build a class, that at some point, speaking of proof of concept, you got to win one of these battles? It's not just nice to be in the Final Four anymore for someone of this caliber?
Yeah, definitely. There's got to be that point where you tip a few more of them your way. I mean, Raiola was a win like that last year, and some people might say, well, okay, we're talking about the last class, and he had the connection through his father and uncle to Husker football, but still, that one was significant. But I get what you're saying. You do need a couple more of those to tip your way. But I think it goes back to the previous question. It doesn't always just happen in that first year or so. It was a team that went 5-7 the last year. It's a program that hasn't been to a bowl game since 2016. You've got to make that move this year. You win 8 or 9 games. There's going to be more recruits who are like, okay, Nebraska is part of it now in my lifetime. Some of these kids don't remember like the last time Nebraska was really part of the college football conversation. So I do think this season is critical in that way. It's not like this make or breaks the Rule 10 year this season, but I do think it can go a long way in kind of being a trampoline for recruiting. And I also think, this staff isn't overly worried about like, okay, the recruit nicks out there have us ranked 32nd or whatever. I think they really like the talent they have. They think guys like Tanner Turch and Caden Vermoss and some of these guys who are already in this Husker class are just better than some evaluators have them listed. And they believe that's going to prove over time as they develop them. So I think they're actually pretty happy with where they're at. But yeah, if you could add a David Sanders, that'll certainly send a message to the rest of the country, no question.
BC, before I let you go, the announcement yesterday about the open practice, John and I had a little bit of a debate on the number of fans that will plunk down $25 to go attend this thing. How many is the over-under in the BC Sportsbook?
Over-under, 7,000 is my over-under. Is that, I don't know. I'm kind of just off the cuff with that. It feels like, if you go back several years to the Friday Night Lights events when it really just took off for the first time, there's a couple thousand there, and that wasn't for an actual practice. So I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling it dramatically with 7,000, but I would set it there, and if they go above that, I'd be really impressed. I mean, it is just a practice, but this is Nebraska football, and I never underestimate what people do. And I do think there is like this cautious optimism within the fan base. People don't want to say it out loud sometimes. It's kind of like, I don't want to admit it, but I think they can turn a corner. And so you might see some of those people peeking their head in the stadium to make sure that their feeling is on the right track at least.
Well, one thing they could do to goose the ticket sales is to call it the Super Bowl of practices.
They could call it the Super Bowl of practices.
I heard you guys are about to throw down. I thought I didn't even.
That's
a normal Thursday.
That's a normal Thursday.
Okay. What was your guys like? Did you have a number you set for how many you think?
Well, okay. So using your number, Josh is definitely in the over, and I'm definitely in the under.
Yeah, I'm 10. I think 10,000.
Okay.
I said 20. Did I say
2,500?
I said 25. I predicted 2,500.
Oh, so 7 was right, kind of. I picked it right down. I'll take it then.
I do wonder if they will announce an actual number. I mean, they'll obviously have receipts from it because they're taking money for it, so they'll know. I just wonder if that'll be actually publicized or not.
I should leave you guys with this, so you guys go on fighting the next segment.
Yes,
I was listening, and I'll go with my Omaha North buddy, Josh, on this. I was kind of nodding my head to him on that last one. So if you want to take that and slap my hand as your tag team partner on that, Josh, I do think that Colorado game is. I was with you.
V up, BC. V up.
Yep. It might have been just the Omaha North connection, but I just want you guys to keep fighting throughout the afternoon. That's
okay.
Really
well, we'll do that. We'll deliver that. We'll fight for you.
We'll do that,
Brian. We'll fight for you.
All right, do it.
BC,
Yes,
thanks.
Thanks, BC.
Thanks, guys.
Brian Christopherson of Husker 24/7.
By the way, there was a lot of responses to that discussion. Some people did want to hear from Nick. They wanted Nick's takes.
Mm-hmm.
He tepidly gave his take during the commercial.
Did?
Well, because Nick kept saying something, and then one of us would interrupt and yell at each other more. I want to hear from Nick.
People want to hear my takes.
But Nick's take was both sides. Boo. Bad take. Boo.
Is it a bad take? Maybe people agree with it.
No.
Well, what was it? Tell the world.
people.
I agree with
We'll be back after No. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Funny. I agree with Josh that this is Nebraska's most important game. But I don't think that every single game on Colorado's schedule is going to be the most important game for all of those teams that play them. And I think
that's a very reasonable response.
And I think that just because teams want to beat Colorado because it's fun, I don't think that means it's an important game for them. I think it's just they want to beat up that kid.
Right.
It's like when you guys gang up on me.
We never have done that, Nick.
I'm the
there's
Colorado.
There's a history there. If this were the first time they were playing in a long time, well, it means something, but because last year happened and the Deion hype happened, it has certainly amplified the mood.
Oh, yeah.
But Kansas does not have a history against Deion. And Iowa State does not have a history against Deion. I don't have Colorado's schedule right in front of me. I don't know if they're playing those exact teams or not. Because remember, they're playing in a 16-team conference now. But, yeah, I think Nick's right. It's not the biggest game on every team's schedule because a lot of it comes, again, at least in my opinion, a lot of it comes from where you are as a program. If this were Nebraska 1999 going into this game, absolutely not. Colorado is not the biggest game on the schedule. Nebraska 2024, maybe it's different because they haven't been as good. At least that's the point you're making, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everything that you say, I agree with you, but that leads me to believe that actually this is the biggest game on the schedule.
And I don't know. I mean,
I understand why you don't want a loss to torpedo them. I understand that because that is not the sign of a good program.
I don't think a loss should torpedo them.
But this isn't that program, and they're nowhere near that.
Well, but
not yet. If they lost and then they turned it around, you would end up being right.
And that's what I'm banking on. I'm banking
a loss. Classic John wants Nebraska to lose.
No. What I'm banking on, and what I'm going to be cautioning against, because I remember what happened last year and how absurd it was last year.
It's pretty bad.
After Nebraska lost those first two games, namely the second one to Colorado, was folks jumping off a ledge, and I'm like, whoa, what are we talking about here? I do not want to see a repeat of that.
Yeah,
I do not want to see a repeat of that.
I know you don't, but it would happen.
Yeah, it'll happen, and I'm going to and just like last year, I'm going to make fun of all of those people who are going to make those same statements but it won't.
They're going to win.
It happens this year.
Travis
Husker hater.
I didn't want to hear Nick's take. Just felt bad for the little dork.
That's how I've gotten as far as I have.
And an email from John. Are the people saying they want to hear Nick's takes hanging out with caller Brian from yesterday? It is past 3:30 after all.
Brian, wherever you are, I hope you're just drinking water.
Well, coming up next, we will not be fighting because we'll be in violent agreement.
Oh.
And it traces back to something we had already talked about earlier this week when it comes to perception. But the fewer of good-on-good non-conference games is a bad trend, and it is definitely trending.
We're both Jon Snow in this one. There's two Jon Snows with swords.
You know nothing?
Against the horde of oncoming.
Yeah. It's Dave Fight and his merry band.
Weird people.
Yeah.
I don't even know what we call these people. They're just weird.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't want good games.
Yep.
We agree with the coaches.
I'm pre-triggered for next segment. I'm very pre-triggered.
So
sorry, BC. We're going to agree this time. We're going to fight with others next time.
On 1620 The Zone.
A good question from Travis on the YouTube. How does one violently agree? I have questions and maybe a few concerns.
I got an idea.
Yeah, there's like, our back going to hurt because we're agreeing so violently?
Josh, I think that's a great take.
That is kind of violent. All right. Well, get ready to say that, Nick.
I want to shake your hand.
Well, get ready to say that too.
I didn't realize this until just this moment, but the Blue Jays have a home run, the Toronto Blue Jays. They spell theirs wrong because they put a space in the middle.
It's the Blue Space Jays.
College right now.
They do a home run celebration where they've got this jacket that has all of these weird patches on them.
Is it a denim jacket?
I can't tell. It's either a denim jacket, it could be a suit jacket, but it's a big jacket and it's got all these different patches on it, and they wear it through the dugout. You know, I remember once upon a time when the college softball teams would have all these goofy things and they're doing the cheers and the chants, and it was really weird sounding, and people used to go, God, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And now
it's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Baseball's doing it. Everyone's
turnover
doing it.
chains.
I love home run celebrations in baseball unless they're bad. Like the Rockies. Oh, you got a home run? Here's a ski helmet.
You don't like ski helmets?
But then the Mariners get a trident.
They do get a trident.
It's cool. I wish we had a trident.
Yeah. Well, that would make no sense because there's no tridents in the Rockies.
It's cooler than a ski mask, John.
Well, but that's what they're at. At least it's regional.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Nebraska had a home run celebration and it was here's a palm tree?
It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah,
but if you give them an ear of corn and a pair of
what if they gave them a hoe?
Well, okay. Here's one. Why don't they?
What kind?
Nice.
Why don't they have a dinosaur mask? They have dinosaurs. That's their bit. Dinger's a dinosaur.
A dinosaur mask?
Yeah.
It wouldn't fit. I don't like this. What if they dumped snow all over them? They had a cooler full of snow.
Have frozen ice. Just
yeah.
What if they just said, big deal, you hit a home run, it doesn't matter, we're going to choke this game anyway.
But they didn't last night. They almost did.
Well, earlier this week,
here we go.
Georgia and UCLA canceled a home-and-home football series that was going to start next year.
Sad.
25 and 26. And so far, 4 SEC and 4 former Pac-12 football teams have canceled series this year. Interesting that this is the combination. Georgia, UCLA, canceled. Ole Miss, USC, canceled. Florida, Cal, canceled. Auburn, UCLA, canceled.
Cancel culture. Woke has come for the South.
The result is fewer good-on-good non-conference games. Now, of
Interesting
course,
way to describe Cal football.
Now, of course, the hue and the cry from the populists will be, well, this makes all the sense in the world. Why play
Many
more,
are saying
why play more tough games?
Many are saying it. Yeah, Dave tweeted at me.
Cream puffs sharpen iron. That's the old saying.
Dave Fight tweeted at me earlier. Now, this is not about Nebraska right now. This is about other teams. But Dave did say, as we've discussed before, the disconnect is that you, John, and others view college football non-conference games through an entertainment lens. You want September Saturdays with wall-to-wall intriguing games. Nothing wrong with that. Husker fans want wins, period. And since the CFP committee typically does not penalize for cupcakes or reward close losses in the non-con, there's little incentive for teams to schedule tougher games.
And there's logic to that. I'll hear it.
I've heard it many times.
I will also say this is a new era. We're taking 12 teams now instead of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know exactly how the committee's going to act. We can assume how the committee's going to act based on how they've reacted in the past.
Sure.
But we all know what assuming does.
Asses, you and me.
And yes, our main argument is, yes, we want more good on good.
Because I like watching football.
I like watching good football games. I don't want to watch Alabama and Old Dominion.
Correct.
I don't want to watch USC and
Tulsa.
Right? I understand. And what I've always asked for is what Nebraska has typically done. It's not like Nebraska's scheduling Murderers Row, but they do have one intriguing home-and-home non-conference game every year. And if everybody did that, I'd be fine with that. But the problem is it sounds like more and more teams are getting away from this style of thinking. But here's the other area where this trend should be concerning and, dare I say, disturbing.
Disturbing.
Because now, and we talked about this earlier this week, the perception of who's the best conference.
I was just about to bring the same point up.
The SEC is right now perceived to be the best conference.
Preach.
If we're going to go to this level, if we're going to go to this extreme where we're going to start canceling these good-on-good games, that's less data points that we're going to have between the conferences to give us an idea of which conference actually is better. No, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. We only have so many data points. This isn't college basketball or college baseball, sports that play 30, 40, 50 games a season where there's more opportunities for cross-pollination. I get that. But we're already taking a very small sample size and we're making it smaller. And who is that going to benefit at the end of the day? It's going to benefit the conferences that are perceived to be better.
Which is probably Nebraska's conference too. But every time that, people were complaining about it earlier, the SEC is going to get the benefit of the doubt. Everyone always is worried that the SEC is going to be the one that gets the benefit of the doubt. And I thought along those lines, because you had the tweet earlier when you said the impact of fewer good-on-good non-conference games equals fewer data points, which leads to with which to compare conferences. This is important in the 12-team CFP as leagues fight for more at-large bids. The benefit of the doubt and those bids will go to the league perceived to be the best. If you hate the benefit of the doubt, this is me speaking now, that the SEC gets, you should not like this. You should not like what is happening right now because of the fewer data points. And so if the mind is made up by the time that the conference play begins, which it will be, the SEC is they're going to be ahead like they always are.
Sure.
I just, like you said, I understand Husker fans, right now saying we want wins, we want wins, we want wins. And I get that. I don't get though why why we can't turn it and say, if other schools aren't going to do it, then I don't want Nebraska to do it either. So follow the leader. Why don't we just continue to turn it and demand it then from the whole sport? Mm-hmm. That should be the angle. If we demand a lot of other things, home playoff games, 9 conference games, why isn't the demand that all of us have, why isn't it play one power non-conference game? Everyone has to do it. And I have ideas on how you could do it. The best one that I think that could happen would be true agreements between the leagues where you draw it out of a hat, or it's comparable schools on a year-to-year basis. You finish first in this league, you get to play the first place team from the other league, and you make a weekend out of it. You make a real special moment in time. It's probably not feasible, but I don't like that this always turns into, well, if they're gonna play easy games, then I want my school to play easy games too. Well, I don't like that mindset.
It's that mindset is the same reason why this country's in the mess that it's in.
Whoa, stick to sports. But you're not wrong.
Because when the Republicans do something crazy, and then the Democrats counter by doing something crazy in the opposite direction, all they do is point and say, well, they did it too.
Whataboutism?
It's the whataboutism. When folks bring up, Bill Clinton getting certain things in the White House.
Or putting certain things in some places.
Right. Puck to it. And then Trump is accused of grab him by the you-know-what. What did we hear as a justification? Well, they did it too. Well, if we keep doing that, if we keep doing the well, they do it too bit, all we're going to get is the same nonsense. At some point, somebody's got to stand up and say, no, this is ridiculous. Let's not run away from competition. And again, it's not like I'm asking for Nebraska to dial up the ghosts of 1982 and schedule Auburn, Florida State, Penn State, Iowa, and who else was on that schedule? But I'm not asking for that.
No.
I'm just saying it's okay if they schedule one other power conference foe. It's fine. It's okay.
Noted Wisconsin fan Kyle tweets in, Wisconsin is going to continue to schedule some difficult non-conference according to Fickle. I think others will too. Soon enough, an 8-win team with a harder schedule will get in over a 9-win team and people will lose their mind. Perhaps I've definitely gotten to the point where I will believe it when I see it in regards to other schools continuing to do this. We have now seen enough data points of these games dropping off. It is only a matter of time. We didn't have a moment with BC to get to this, but I was going to ask him, like, how long is it before the Tennessee game is canceled? There's no doubt in my mind now that thing won't get played, and probably not Arizona and probably not Oklahoma. That's Matt Rule's ethos. He said as much to Tom Chattel earlier this year. So I would love for Kyle to be right. I would love for his viewpoint on a lot of these games not going away. But man, we have certainly we held up Georgia for a long time. And look, it does take two to tango. You know, yes, it's 4 SEC schools, but it's also 4 West Coast schools. Who are the ones in these agreements ending? Who are the ones that were making an argument for it more? Was it USC or was it Ole Miss? You know, Ole Miss only plays 8 conference games. So I'm likely to think it's USC, but I'll give USC a lot of grace because they play 9 conference games and they play Notre Dame every year. So, you know.
Notice who's here twice, UCLA.
UCLA. And see that.
UCLA has canceled both Georgia and Auburn.
And I think that tells quite a story, given that they have a brand new coach right now and that they're going to be playing in a different conference. They're going to be traveling all around the country. Like, I think that is a UCLA move, if I were to guess. Because Georgia, I don't think they're worried about beating UCLA. Like, they're going to be fine, you know. So. And Georgia's been scheduling tough for years. We've been propping them up. So it does take 2 to tango, but
yeah, I'm not necessarily throwing stones at the SEC or these Pac-12 or whomever. I'm just at the sport at large because this is a very much a follow the leader industry where people start to see one team do it. And they figure, well, if it's okay for them to do it, now I've got the political cover.
If I can get away with it,
I can do it too.
If they can get away with it, so can we. If it's not going to hurt them, it's not going to hurt us. And not to mention, you get a guaranteed home game. If it's a bye game, BUY. If it's a bye game versus a lesser opponent, that's going to be at your home, and so you're going to get to keep all those receipts. You're going to get to keep all of the revenue from selling concessions, and you're good to go. You're good to go.
Here's David on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Hello, David.
Fellas, how's it going?
Hey.
Hey, so, John, I agree with you in concept, but no, Nebraska does not need to be leading this. That's a double penalty. The Big Ten is doing how many conference games and how many non-conference? The SEC is not. We're already at a deficiency, and then adding in the extra. I've been saying this for years. I would love to do a really good game and 2 okay whatever games. But Nebraska is not where it was. And you know what Bill Snyder did? He did a really good job of building up K-State by having some easier games for people for the team to develop. What has happened over the last couple of years in a row? We've had really hard opening games, and it is not done well. Confidence is a very touchy thing, and you have to build it. And starting off,
but we're not opening with these games. I mean, I don't think the Tennessee game is scheduled to be the first game on the schedule.
No, I hear you, but I mean, how long has it been since we've had a home opener with an easier team?
Since 2019.
Well, but whose fault is that? It's Nebraska's fault because they're the one.
And COVID.
First of all, they thought, we're going to play Northwestern over in Ireland, and then they moved the Illinois game. I mean, that was done for television, and that was done for the Big Ten Conference.
COVID.
So that's not even a non-conference question.
Well, I agree with that, but that was dumb on Nebraska's part. But again, Nebraska's scheduling as if we are in the top 20. We're not. Hopefully, we will get back. I'm a big fan of Rule. I think I didn't want him, but I think he's doing an awesome job. I think we're on the way there. But with Dylan having an easier couple of games before Colorado, I think works out really well. But and I hear what you're saying. In an ideal, perfect world, I agree with you. But why should Nebraska be the one that gets penalized for playing the way that we want to when nobody else does?
I'm not saying Nebraska should be penalized. I'm saying everybody should do it, but we can't keep hiding behind this notion of, well, everyone else is doing it, so we should do it too. At some point, somebody needs to have the courage to do the right thing.
Does that mean you're saying Nebraska should be the one that has the courage to say, we're going to do it?
They should. Everybody should. Someone's got to lead the way.
We are. but we are. We have been doing this. And we're not getting the benefit, and now we have to play an extra game that the SEC doesn't have to play, because of the conference game. So we're already at a deficiency. Nebraska has been doing that, and it hasn't turned the tide. I agree with you, and it needs to be done. And
but David, the scheduling isn't the reason why Nebraska has failed.
No, but it is again, confidence is a factor. You talk to some guy who has performance issues, having a good night can help regain that confidence. And again, having maybe 2 or 3 games that are easier. I just think that I agree with you, but I think that Nebraska's been doing it, has been getting penalized, and because we have one less non-conference game than SEC, we're already at a deficiency.
Just keep in mind, though, David, that under this philosophy, this Colorado series should be canceled.
I'm saying moving forward. I love the fact that this game is going to be an awesome game. But I think moving forward, the college game has changed so much in terms of there's just so much money in it. And it's just, if we get left out, I mean, you guys have talked about this in the program, going to a top 40. Nebraska keeps on not winning. We're not going to be in that top 40. We talked about the Blue Buds program. Nebraska's a Blue Bud. On the teeter, we can lose that. And I'm not saying that the Cupcakes are going to do it, but I just think that we're already at a deficiency over the SEC because of the 9 versus 8 conference games. Nebraska's been doing what you want to do, and nobody else is following. So penalizing yourself is great and ideal, but if nobody else is going to do it, then you're banging your head against the wall. We should do it with amazing AM shows like the program, leading the charge and public interest, but not necessarily having the team have to lift that load, because they have been, and it hasn't made a difference.
David, thanks.
So the one thing that I don't like whenever this comes up is the Tennessee series, which I think will get canceled. And a lot of people are like, they should definitely cancel that because Nebraska needs wins. I hope people remember that by the time that series is on the books, it's years 4 and 5 under Matt Rule. So if we're still having that conversation in year 4 or 5,
there's bigger problems. Again,
it's what you said it towards the end of the call. It's not the schedule at that point. It's the program.
Yeah, Nebraska's failures have not been the schedule. It's been the program.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
They and the last half decade, the last 5-6 years, it's been weird. Some of it's on Nebraska, but some of it is acts of God. The rainout game versus Akron.
Yeah.
COVID a couple years later, and then after that, it was stuff that Nebraska wanted to do of playing Big Ten schools overseas, and then the Minnesota game was put on them by the league. It's not like they've opened, as you said, they're not opening with these non-conference, behemoths. They're not doing the Chick-fil-A Classic, for example. Weird stuff happened.
The BYU game.
That was the first in a while.
Was the first time Nebraska's opened against a power non-conference school by schedule, by design.
Yeah, how long had it been since they had opened with a school like that? I even remember in 2003 when it was probably 2002. They played Arizona State and Lincoln. So that was probably the first time.
That was an added game added. That was the Eddie Robinson Classic.
Yeah, exactly. So
that was a off-season add-on.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm with Max. The SEC is moving to 9 conference games for 25 or 26. I am also someone who is in that boat that thinks the SEC will be expanding their conference schedule soon. And so if they do that, then I do feel like, a lot of that argument I feel like would lose itself.
Yeah, I get the frustration. SEC hasn't done it yet, but as we found out, one of the biggest reasons why is ESPN's not giving them any extra money.
Yes, that is actually the reason why. It's not because they're afraid. It's because they want more money right now.
And they're not getting it.
Correct.
From their TV partner.
Mm-hmm.
Well, cool. We'll just all sit back and enjoy some bad college football. And some people have the nerve to try to just mow down our summers like a bunch of staggered, tall, overgrown weeds, just so we can get to mediocre September football.
We were talking last night because I think we're going to do a full rewatch of Breaking Bad. She's never watched the whole show. And we were like, how long do we think that this will last? And she goes, well, football season will probably push it back a little further because we'll have to watch games every night almost. So more summer would mean more Breaking Bad.
Well, more bad football games mean you can just say, do I need to watch this Nebraska-Northern Iowa game, or can I just watch another episode of Breaking Bad?
Go Panthers! I'll say, no, I don't need to watch it because it's Nick Grimm and Jimmy Allen. Big Red Overreaction Saturday night on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. The takeover continues.
You'll find out more if you subscribe today to 1620 the email.
Oh, whoa, tell me more, John.
Yeah, it's on 1620thezone.com. Go subscribe.
You told me
today.
more.
We'll have some new features and content coming to 1620 the email for this football season.
Including around the biggest game of the year, Colorado. We have all agreed, biggest game of the year.
Sure.
Oh, I finally got you to admit it. I knew it. Oh, my God, he admitted it.
He admitted.
Though, I don't know. I kind of think Northern Iowa's kind of big. I mean, can you imagine if they lose that game?
Well, yeah, this guy wouldn't shut up.
Go Panthers.
Yeah, he roots for every Iowa school.
Iowa pride, baby.
No, you can't have Iowa pride.
You can't.
Pick a school, Nick.
I'm just glad we have multiple to pick from.
He criticizes me for rooting for the Mariners and the Royals, and now he's going to root for 3 Iowa teams.
At least they're all in the same state.
Plus Iowa Western. What does that have to do with anything?
Go Reavers.
I don't root for UNK.
You
Sad.
don't?
Nah.
That's sad.
Ryan Held followed me once. Then I didn't follow him back, and he unfollowed me.
What conference is UNK in?
The what? I don't know. It's like D4. I don't know.
The what?
I don't know.
How do you pronounce that?
I got a stat for you that I found very interesting.
Stat boy.
Coming up next on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the program. A reminder, if you would like to help out with those who have been affected by the recent flooding, especially along the Missouri River, you can go to our website, 1620thezone.com, and find out more. We've got a link there for how you can help with donations to the American Red Cross. You were so very generous back in April when we had the tornado outbreak. And if you would be so kind, check it out, 1620thezone.com. And search up the American Red Cross page. The San Francisco 49ers lost the Super Bowl last year. Their second loss under Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, this was going to be a topic yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we were going to do this yesterday, weren't we?
This was rather interesting because I did not know about this.
Okay.
From Michael David Smith, who writes for Pro Football Talk at NBC Sports. Kyle Shanahan, of course, not only lost those 2 Super Bowls as the 49ers head coach, he also lost the infamous 2016
28-3
loss, the Falcons loss to the
They kept
Patriots
passing the ball for some reason.
as the Falcons offensive coordinator.
God, what a weird game.
Shanahan is the 5th head coach or coordinator in NFL history to start 0-3 in Super Bowls.
Real quick, 5th?
He is the 5th head coach or coordinator in NFL history to start his career 0-3 in Super Bowls.
Let's see. Do you have the list?
I've got the list.
Okay.
The list?
I'm going to guess. So Dan Reeves is obviously on here because he...
No.
What? Oh, he must have won one as an assistant coach, right? Because he was 0-2 with the Broncos, and then he
won
lost
as an
the one with
assistant
the
coach with the Cowboys.
Of course he did. Great organization.
Well, it was once upon
At
a
the time. Well,
glory hole. It's when Uncle Gil was still with the organization.
Oh, okay. Bud Grant, obviously.
Bud
He was
Grant.
0-4. Oh, Marv Levy.
Marv Levy.
Okay. Boop, boop. And there's 3 more?
There's
or 2
more.
See,
I'll
now-
be very impressed if you get these because
These are assistants.
Because they were coordinators.
Have they ever been head coaches?
Both of them were head coaches.
Okay, but they were mainly, so I'm probably looking at 2 losses as coordinators and then 1 as a head coach. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more difficult. I'm going to rack my brain real fast. I'm going to give up.
All right, well, I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
One was affiliated with the Vikings and the other was affiliated with the Bills.
Oh, man. So who came from the Vikings? Because they obviously didn't go to a Super Bowl outside of the Bud Grant era. So it's somebody from the Bud Grant era that then went to a Super Bowl. Ugh. I have no idea. And you said the other was the Bills. So somebody from the Bills era.
Yeah.
God.
Well,
yeah, just tell me.
Jerry Burns.
Yeah, I don't know that, man. I know nothing.
Jerry
about Jerry
Burns was the head coach of the Vikings in the 80s, but he was the offensive coordinator in all 4 of the losses under Bud Grant.
Oh, okay. And then who's the Bills
And
guy?
Ted Marchabroda was,
Also don't know that man.
was the offensive coordinator with Washington,
Schwalk off.
lost a Super Bowl with them, and then lost 2 others in Buffalo.
Okay. I've honestly never heard of that guy. I've heard the other name.
Oh, you
before.
never heard of Ted Marchabroda?
No. It's a fun name, though. It's
It
like
is a really
Tim
fun name.
Biakabatuka.
Yeah. So
He was a running back.
here's the thing, though.
RIP running backs.
None of them ever got a win. They started.
Oh, you're
0
right.
They all started 0-3. They never got a win. So,
oh wow.
So if Shanahan were to win a Super Bowl, either as a head coach,
He'd
likely,
bu-
or a
he'd
coordinator,
Buck quite the trend.
he would buck the trend because nobody has ever, as a coordinator or head coach, started 0-3 their first 3 Super Bowls and ever won a Super Bowl.
And the hard part for him is that, like Levy and like Bud Grant, he's done this as a head coach. You know, the majority of his losses are as a head coach, and the one is the coordinator is among the most, if not the most, famous collapses in the history of football.
Yes.
You know, it's honestly, speaking of the Bills, it would be their playoff comeback over the Oilers, and I would say 28-3 are the biggest collapses in football history. One of them was in the Super Bowl, though, so I'd say that is more important. And I mean, look, your coach has talked about it before. Sean McVay has talked about the spiral that he went into after the first Super Bowl loss. And like they were still good after that, and then eventually they won it. But that first year especially, he's talked about how difficult it was.
Mm-hmm.
Shanahan is cut from the same cloth and
just not as handsome.
Not as handsome and with tinier logos on his hat for some reason.
Tiny baby logos.
Yeah. And so how he handles that, I think
my coach doesn't usually wear hats because he's got golden locks.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Beautiful flowing locks.
My coach doesn't wear hats either.
No, he doesn't. But he wears hoodies in September. I used to wear a hoodie to the pool because I just liked the hoodie so much. But I was 13. I was a loser.
Well,
and now I'm cool.
But my coach is funny.
Is he?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, but
is he funny or is he awkward?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, McDaniels basically looks like a 13-year-old.
He really does. Plus, he's into the
tiny little guy.
What do they call the pants that don't go all the way down to your legs?
Shorts?
No, he doesn't wear those. He wears the in-betweens.
The capri?
He wears capris.
Does he?
Oh, yeah.
He ought to just wear knickers like Payne Stewart used to.
Oh, that'd be great with the hat.
With the hat.
Yeah. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that's an interesting stat, though.
Oh, I'm sure you enjoyed that stat.
I'm sure you hated talking about it.
That's
I did. I mean,
that means that the 49ers will never win a Super Bowl.
When you discovered this, did you just casually bring it up to your wife?
Will never win a Super Bowl. I mean, if the 49ers, got smart and fired him,
yeah,
said,
hired Scott Frost.
Sorry, this stat says you're never going to win with us, so you're out of here.
Sean Lynch is like, see you later. I saw this tweet.
Let's call Jim Tom Sula and bring him back.
I'm just imagining Scott Frost as the 49ers head coach at the Super Bowl, and he blows it with an onside kick.
That would, he'd have to.
That would imply that he actually has to get there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't think an 0-16 or 0-17 team can make a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
I'm pretty confident they can.
But they'd be really close, man.
But they'd be really
close.
But that is a really interesting stat.
I have wondered this offseason about.
I think if there's anyone that could do it, it's him.
Of course. Yeah. He was, I guess I can't speak to Bud Grant and I can't speak to Marv Levy, but from my, I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say. It seems like they were not the types that they didn't put their fingerprints on the organization the same way that Shanahan does. They would seem more big picture, right?
No, Bud Grant definitely did. The problem, though, was that
cutting edge.
With both of them, Levy was definitely at the end of his career, and Bud Grant was at the end of his career, and they basically did it with the same teams the whole time, and the teams just aged out.
Okay,
and
because
there really wasn't any, for Marv Levy, I don't think he just had the energy anymore to start from scratch and.
That's the thing. Shanahan is at the beginning of his career.
To step down.
So no,
whereas with Shanahan, he's still young enough,
way young,
spry,
and
young spry boy.
With the way that teams change out more often. I mean, back in the day, the Vikings, it was always Fran Tarkington and Chuck Foreman and the Purple People Eaters, and
it was a different era of football.
It was a different era of football.
What was
so? It's probably more likely you could overcome that this year because teams just change out a lot more.
What were they known for? What was Bud Grant an offensive or defensive guy? And same question for Levy. Was Bud an offensive line coach?
Well, Bud came from the CFL. I think he was more of an offensive-minded coach, but I don't know if he had necessarily a strength one way or the other.
Oh, wow. He played defensive end, and as a coach, he became the Winnipeg coach right away, and then the Vikings. Like, he was never an assistant.
Yeah,
anywhere.
I don't know if, and Levy, I don't remember because Levy used to be the coach of the Chiefs. I don't remember what Levy's strength was.
He's still alive. Awesome.
I don't remember if Levy had a strength on
special teams, it looks like, and kickers. So special teams coach. Interesting. Wow, he was the head coach at a lot of spots. Cal, William, and Mary. Then he went to Philly for kickers coach. He was with your Rams for a year in 1970. Washington. Interesting. He was a coach of the Chicago Blitz.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, USFL.
That was USFL.
Interesting. Yeah, you're right. He is a much younger coach. And so in theory, he's going to have a lot more years and a lot more opportunities than those guys did.
Right.
But the thing, and this is another thing that's going to be fascinating about the 49ers moving forward, they're going to have to decide what to do with Purdy. And so they're either, if they believe what they say they do, that means they're going to pay him a ton of money because they're going to have to, because his numbers are going to be too big. Or they're going to move on, which would be wild because we've never really seen that before. And then they're going to start over from scratch because they're going to say, if we can do it with Mr. Relevant, we can do it with anybody. Right. And I think they're going to do the first thing, but for the discourse, it would be so much more fun if they did the second thing, because that would, again, it would be, we've never seen that before. A franchise say, no, it is our system. It's Bill Callahan on steroids. It's the system. That's what he would be arguing if that's what they did. I think they're going to sign him though.
Where would Brock go if they didn't?
Like a Falcons type situation, like one of those types of teams, like a team that's like, we need a quarterback who's proven, but it would probably have to be someone from the Shanahan tree. I would think, at least, that would want him.
Oh, he goes to Miami.
He goes to Miami. That was a team that I thought of, actually, Nick.
All right, 402-951-1620. We will continue.
What a show it's been today, boys.
Yeah, it really sucks.
This has been great. What other football topics do we got for the Friends of the Grum, John?
Well, we have you ever heard of the Malice at the Palace?
That's basketball.
We had the Shank at the bank last night.
Oh. Shank at the bank? That's not football.
We did.
That doesn't sound fun either. I don't get
And
shanked.
we'll go live to Biden's press conference in an hour. See what he has to say.
Why is
they pushed it back an hour?
So early.
Yeah,
John,
well,
it's
dude,
after his dinner.
Yeah, he's
going to bed after this.
He's probably falling asleep right now. It's like you at the end of that triple header day at the College World Series. Sleepy Joe.
Actually, was all right after that triple header.
No, he won't be all right, I'm sure.
Probably not.
No.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. Last night, my Rockies almost blew it against the Reds, but they didn't. And if you use Circus Sports and had the Rockies to win on the tight money line split, then you could have won yourself a nice bit of change. Well, if you want another underdog for tonight to cheer for, look no further than the, for now, Oakland A's. The tight money line split, which, by the way, just means better odds than some of the other guys, has the A's at plus 198 against the Red Sox. And if you'd rather wait for the game to start before you do anything, you can do that too with the in-game lines that update every single break. Along with the props, there are worlds of possibilities for you anywhere in the state of Iowa with the Circus Sports Iowa app. And don't forget to check out their contest happening, Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. $16 million in guaranteed prizes between those two. Details at circusports.com. Download the sportsbook for people who want to get serious about it. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
I'm not sure what to believe.
Oh, interesting way to begin this segment.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I've oversold it just a little bit. But
walking it back.
There's been a lot of sources on the interwebs claiming that there's about to be another seismic shift in the college sports landscape with another school or schools departing a conference for another conference.
Welcome to the Big 12, Florida State.
That's what they're saying, right?
Is that? Oh no! Did I ruin it?
Well,
is that who is this first of all? And what are they saying?
This was a couple of days ago. Now, listen, there's two things at play here. Number one is you've got an ongoing rivalry between the ACC and the Big 12 right now, typically amongst fans and content farmers on the interwebs.
The content farmers. You've been content farmer pilled this week, John.
I don't know what that means, but they have been constantly trolling each other with reports that so-and-so's leaving the ACC for the Big 12 or so-and-so's leaving the Big 12 for the ACC. And they've been constantly at each other's throats.
Mm-hmm.
Because the idea is that, well, one of these two leagues is going down. Because that's the way of the world in college sports. We're eventually going to get down to two leagues. And, well,
the Big 12 beat the Pac-12, and so now the next fight, the next boss level is between these two.
Bingo.
Yeah.
There's a site called the Greg Swaim Show. He's one of those YouTubers.
Shows. Damn it, Swaim.
Put a cork in it, Swaim.
Who earlier this week tweeted out that multiple sources have said that back channels have ceased between the SEC and the Big Ten with Florida State and Clemson.
Okay.
But talks with the Big 12 have intensified. Don't be shocked if ESPN and Fox are pulling the strings to make it happen. So what they're saying is, well, Florida State and Clemson, you don't get to move up to the biggest level, but you're going to slide on over here to the Big 12.
Correct.
Then there is a site called Big Ten Information.
Oh, I love that website because they have Big Ten information.
Well, it's more content farming and engaging in rumors. But he tweeted out, FSU has an invitation ready. FSU knows this. It's all about when that invitation can be made. That is when the timing of the lawsuits coming into play for when that invite can go out. During that period, FSU can schedule Big Ten games and be on TNT as an independent if needed.
Wait, the argument here is that they want to be an independent?
No, the argument is that the invitation is there for Florida State. It's just, when can they actually accept the invitation based on the courts, the lawsuit right now, and all the timing? But that Florida State, if they wanted to spend a couple of years in limbo or in purgatory, would work as an independent. They would schedule some Big Ten teams and their games would be on TNT.
And then eventually they would be in the Big Ten.
And then eventually they'd be able to accept the Big Ten's invitation.
Okay.
So there's a lot of this stuff going on.
A lot of content farming.
A lot of farming.
A lot of content farming.
Yeah. So I tend to think the first one is wrong, mainly because I don't know why Florida State would really go this hard in the paint to go to the Big 12.
Right.
Like, no offense, but it does seem like 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Could we combine the two and say that this is like the Florida State stopover? This is their halfway house.
Go to the Big 12 until you go to the Big 10 or SEC.
Yeah.
Because for the record, I think if and when the dominoes fall with Florida State and Clemson, but particular with Florida State, I tend to think they're going to end up in the Big 10. Because
both of them or one of them?
Florida State for sure. And then, I don't know, then after that, I kind of don't really know.
Yeah.
North Carolina is always the intriguing option because of what they represent more than just, certainly more than their football brand. But my argument, or for the reasoning why, is because the SEC already has a Florida school. They have Florida. you're not gaining anything in terms of markets. You're gaining a football power. You're gaining a very good program. You're gaining an engaged fan base. You're not gaining anything from the recruiting standpoint. I feel the same way, for the record, about Clemson. That is in the state of South Carolina. The SEC is already in the state of South Carolina. The Big Ten is not in Florida.
Yeah. Plus, the Big Ten loves schools with the color red. Florida State, one of their colors, reddish.
I had not thought about that, Nick, but you're right. There are red schools in the Big Ten, but I think you get into the Florida market, and so I think that's why they would want them. North Carolina, I think the SEC would want North Carolina because they are not in the state of North Carolina, and there is this prestige that comes with North Carolina. And so I tend to think that if Florida State's doing all this, they're not doing it all for an invite to the Big 12. They're doing it for an invite to the Big 10 or the SEC. And I tend to think that that's the Big 10. Your Honor, there you go.
I don't think the Big 12 is going to die.
That conference is a zombie, man. I guess zombies are dead. But they have, shout out to the Big 12. 15 years ago, 14 years ago, when Nebraska left, I never would have seen this coming. That they would have been one of the leagues that survived. Never would have saw this, especially after they lost Nebraska, and Colorado was, certainly a lesser brand at the time.
But the thing that held
they lost
them,
Oklahoma and Texas, and they're still alive.
Right. The reason why they survived the first go around was because of Oklahoma and Texas. The reason why they survived the second go around was because after the Big Ten swiped away USC and UCLA, that caused the rest of the Pac-12 to go into a panic, and the Big 12 was willing to accept some of the refugees, and it's because right now there's not enough landings, there's not enough spots in the game of musical chairs for where everybody eventually wants to be.
Yeah, for sure.
And so the Big 12, we could call them the halfway house, and I guess to an extent the ACC. They're the halfway house of conferences right now. They are the stopover for the strongest brands remaining that haven't found a spot in the big boy game of musical chairs.
What makes you think that the Big Ten is going to remain the power that it is? Because, you said it yourself. You didn't see the Big 12 outlasting the Pac-12.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think that it won't swap again?
The Big Ten?
It's just not going to keep penduluming.
No, because the Big Ten has all these brands and they're making so much money.
Yeah, the Big Ten is solid for a very, very long time because they've got very strong brands and they've got an extremely strong, the strongest television contract. So that's what it's all about right now. If you've got the TV, you've got the power.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the Big Ten and the SEC are in the best spots right now, and the other leagues are scrambling for whatever piece of the pie they can get. It's all about the TV.
But these websites, they think it's going to happen soon, right? Isn't that the scuttle?
I mean, that's the idea is it could happen here in the next month.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to expect. This much I'll say for sure. At least with this one, we won't be surprised. Because every option has been thrown out there, right?
Yeah.
But the only thing that hasn't been thrown out there is the Florida State Seminoles are joining the Sun Belt.
That would be pretty wild.
That would surprise me.
Yeah.
But short of that, at least this time, no one will be caught off guard.
That's true.
Like we were with Texas and Oklahoma, like we were with USC and UCLA, where that just literally, it was like a bolt to the blue. It was like, whoa, where did that come from? At least we won't be surprised.
Jordan writes, if Florida State is able to leave, does Notre Dame consider their half standing with the ACC? Do you think they consider moving to the Big Ten or go back to being an independent? Well, they are an independent. That has not changed. Would the scheduling agreement have to be altered? Probably. If the ACC fell apart, certainly it would. They wouldn't have 5 games versus the ACC every year. I think we always want this to mean something for Notre Dame. I don't know if it would mean anything for Notre Dame.
Honestly, I think it would open up the possibility of Notre Dame being able to go back and
play Big Ten teams again.
And yeah,
that would be sweet. What if they did the 5 teams with the 5 teams with the Big Ten? Lock in like Michigan and Michigan State like they used to, and then rotate through the other ones?
They could,
and
but
USC.
But then that would require those teams to actually want to play, stronger non-conference opponents. And as we talked about earlier, no one wants to do that anymore.
Curses!
But if there's
Curse you,
one
gravity.
thing that could cut through that, it's Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Because people do want to play Notre Dame.
People love watching
They
Notre
love
Dame.
rubbing elbows with Notre Dame.
It's their Super Bowl.
I want nice, Nick. Good reference. I want Nebraska to play Notre Dame again. That was cool. Remember that?
It was cool. I enjoyed it.
One game went to overtime. The other game was a dominating, very forgettable win.
Did those games have? Oh, they only did it twice.
Yeah.
Oh, I was to ask if it had a fun name, but no.
Nebraska versus Notre Dame.
That's the only name it needed.
Mm-hmm.
The only name it needed. All right, the happy hour is coming up. Is Nebraska's ceiling the playoff?
Who would say such a thing?
We'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
The happy hour is on the air! Oh, John, how good is it to hear that executed so well? Great work by our producer, Nick Grim.
Oh, no.
What? I'm complimenting you.
No, I know. What happened?
We told you.
He's backseat producing
No,
again.
no.
He's trying to throw poor Peter under the bus, and Peter hasn't been here for 2 days. It's
Peter, you
embarrassing.
did great. Thank you for
He
your
did.
help.
He did an awesome job, and here's Josh just throwing him under the bus.
Not throwing. No, there was no throwing.
You know, Stibbs used to mess up too, you know.
Isn't it amazing? I compliment Nick, and you guys take that to be a diss on somebody else. I can't compliment my producer, and still my producer, by the way. His name is Nick effing Grim. Put some respect on this man's name. Bringing up Stibbs, bringing up Peter.
I didn't say
Bring up Joey, why don't you? What did Joey do? Ben Manning going to be next?
Don't lump. That's rude.
Well, I'm just naming producers. Just saying people's names.
What about Chance?
Lacey, me, Neil Nelkin,
Stacy.
There you go. Even Scoop.
All I know is this. Only one person in this room was trained by Ben.
No, 2 of us were.
Oh, interesting. So, last night, I'm surprised this hasn't had more play, because when the Malice at the Palace happened, that was a huge deal. And that happened like in the fall.
It was the very beginning of the season, yeah.
So when the NBA usually is not as prevalent, right? There's a lot of football going on, but when the Malice at the Palace happened, man, that was a huge deal.
Oh, yeah.
Big deal.
Well, last night at the Copacabana, the Copa America, Uruguay.
Oh, they beat Nebraska. They beat the United States.
Uruguay beat Nebraska?
Yeah, well,
Uruguay
Nebraska's in the United
lost to
States.
Colombia, 1-0.
Okay.
Colombia.
And several, is it Uruguayan? Uruguayer?
San Diegites?
About a dozen Uruguay players went
Paraguans?
into the crowd to fight Colombia fans.
That might be it.
Uruguayans?
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 Just guessing.
I need to Google this.
But yeah, there was a melee that broke out behind the Uruguay bench, and the crowd, which was mostly Colombia supporters, but there was a small patch of Uruguay fans who fought with Colombia supporters during the match, and then the team got involved.
Oh, boy.
Uruguayans.
Okay. Thank you, Nick.
Well, the
Gotta be
Uruguayan captain said the players went into the crowd to protect their families. Quote, "This is a disaster. Our family is in danger. We had to get into the stands to take our loved ones with our small babies and newborns. Everything was a disaster. There was not a single police officer. It took more than 10 minutes for police to arrive and restore order." But yeah, you had...
I honestly had not heard about this until literally right now.
Yeah.
Same.
But you had players going up into the stands, and if it's true, they were actually going up there because they had their family and friends that wanted to protect them. I understand that. But
would you take a newborn to a sporting event like that?
No, hell no.
It feels like something I wouldn't want to do.
The purpose to get away from your newborn and go to a sporting event? To be around adults?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know.
To put the little headphones on them?
I don't know.
They're crying the whole time. You have to
Literal
feed
tiny baby
goo,
headphones.
goo, gaga. No thanks.
Yeah, so, next time, you end up in Arrowhead Stadium and you feel like you're being abused, just think it could be worse.
It could be worse. You could be getting your ass beat by an athlete.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
so
good.
Next time you're getting frostbite, just think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Next time you're getting frostbite.
Next time you lose a limb at Arrowhead Stadium.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Pac-12 still had a media day.
Okay. Oh, wait, it was today?
It was this week.
Okay, because I saw the graphic. It looked like one of those Marvel announcements for all the movies, but it had the announcement for all of the dates that media days would be. And I was like, oh, Big Ten's last, Big 12 is first. There's the SEC. And then I noticed a Pac-12 logo. Have they scribbled off the one, so
they're still calling it the Pac-12.
Yeah.
They're still. They still call it the Big 12.
They don't care anymore.
They still call it the Big 10.
Numbers
and
are
it's been right
meaningless.
for 30 years.
Yeah, numbers are pretend, Nick.
No, the Pac-12 conference held their event in a meeting room at the Bellagio.
Oh, that's fun at least. A meeting room, though.
I'm going to read from John Canzano, who is a longtime Pac-12 area journalist. He has his own blog.
Do you think they saw the fountains at the Bellagio?
Oh, were they spry?
He said the Pac-12 conference served alcoholic beverages in a meeting room on Wednesday night at the Bellagio.
Hell
As the
yeah.
presentation started, Commissioner Teresa Gould took the microphone and cracked the first joke, announcing that if anyone has earned the right to drink, it's the Pac-12.
Well played, Gould.
Well played.
No Gould?
There was no media poll, no preseason all-conference team, just a football and 2 helmets on the stage. The evening's festivities consisted of 2 head football coaches, 4 players, a panel of notable alumni, Gould under the lights. Gould, the commissioner. Drinks were served, food was served in a variety of ways. The Pac-12's annual football media event was unlike anything else ever seen in the run-up to a football season. So they still did it.
Feels like it's a weird vibe. It's really sad and depressing, but also kind of funny.
Wow. You know, you might not be wrong on the latter part. It's definitely funny.
I mean,
I like leaning into the alcohol part.
Well,
That's
they're
funny.
trying to stay alive and keep.
Like the
First of
song
all, they
says.
need to keep everything alive so that the 2 schools that are left, Washington State and Oregon State, can still collect on the revenues.
They want the playoff revenue, yep.
Because they can still get the money that would have been doled out to SC, UCLA, and those schools.
And they want to fold in the Mountain West schools
Yes.
because they can, if they keep the name is valuable. Creighton knows this as much as anybody else in that league. The Big East brand, that name. Let's pretend they would have changed it to the Catholic whatever. Catholic 7 wasn't.
It would have lost a lot of its
would've
esteem.
Lost, yeah, even if they played MSG, you know,
It would have lost something.
So
but
it
the
doesn't
fact
have
that
the
they
same,
kept the
Welcome
name.
to the Catholic 7.
It does. It definitely. Yeah. The tweet from John wouldn't have been as fun.
No.
You know. But yeah, Big East matters. The Pac. Now this is when it gets silly. The Pac-12. The name, like that's a fairly recent name. In Nick's lifetime, it was not the Pac-12 forever. It was the Pac-10. Was it the Pac-8 when you were born?
Yeah, it was Pac-8.
Yeah. See, so like math used to matter. It was nice when it did. But
Conference of Champions, at least they know how to count. Until they went to 16 teams.
Having Pac something does matter. And so, you know, they want to keep that name alive.
What if they call it the Pac something?
The Pac something. Hey, sponsored by something.
Or Pac X. X can be anything.
Twitter?
Just put algebra into it.
Oh, use X.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sam McEwen of the Omaha World Herald did a mailbag this week.
Good to see him writing again. I missed Sam while he was on vacation.
And one of the questions was, how high is the ceiling for Husker football in 2024?
Oh. And he said, well, it comes down to if they beat or lose to Colorado. That changes the ceiling, and not just by one game, friends.
Sam wrote, sincerely, the ceiling is to make the college football playoff.
Whew.
Does this count as my dark horse canon? I mean, it's the ceiling.
Dude, yes, Sam is one of our most well-known media members. One of my favorites.
Now, he's not national.
No,
technically.
No, that's true. Yeah, all websites are national when you think about it. We're on a national show right now.
And this
John.
isn't necessarily a prediction, but it is my question, is it a reasonable ceiling? Man. Is this a reasonable ceiling for this program? Because remember,
reasonable
ceiling is not a prediction.
Yeah, it's a best case scenario.
Hey, if everything plays out just right, this is their ceiling.
What's the SP plus if you just were to go win on anything above 50% probability? What is that? Is that at 8-4 or is that at 9-3?
I think it's 7-5.
Is it?
Well, it's
again just by math, not adding them up and doing all the divisions.
I got K Ford here.
All right, thank you, K Ford. So K Ford gives Nebraska a 95% chance to win their first game, 56 their second, 96 their third, 71, 67, 63, and 69.
Looks like 9-3. No, 8-4.
You're right. It is 8-4 because in the latter 5,
if you're just going anything that's 50% or greater, it's 8-4.
So that, and I use that as the jumping off point to say, so they will be favored, I guess, theoretically in 8 games. And that's before the season. Obviously, winning more games can change and other teams. So that starts at 8. So for Sam to be right, let's just say that we're doing best case.
Mm-hmm.
So you clip off those 8.
Mm-hmm.
They lose to Ohio State. And so then it's about finding I think that the win and loss has to start with 10-2 to be even anywhere near this conversation. And so can you go 10-2? Man, it's hard to say out loud. I understand what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hard to say it out loud, given where they have been. It's really hard to say out loud.
Well,
I don't want to come off like a super homer.
Here's the issue. And this is why I do think, going back to the previous conversation about perception and conference and all that other stuff, it's really important. Nebraska does not have, at least on paper, a great schedule. In terms of, is it a good resume building schedule? No, it's not. It's a good, you should be able to win some games schedule. But is it a good resume building schedule if you are in a conversation amongst other teams of your same record? No, it's not, because your non-conference isn't good, and theoretically your conference opponents outside of Ohio State are okay to bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good schedule, again, for accumulating wins. Is it a good resume building schedule for a college football playoff?
It's like Nebraska's basketball schedule.
Yes, it is.
Nebraska's basketball, and I don't know if we're talking about that in content, but their basketball schedule is horrible.
Yeah.
It is great in terms of acquiring wins.
Yes.
I saw somebody on Twitter earlier today, though, say if you believe that the program, and I don't mean to make this a basketball thing, but if you believe the program,
but you do, because it's basketball.
Classic me, always loving talking hoops. But if you believe that the program is ready to take a next step, then that is not the schedule that you would put together, which is interesting. But yeah, it's a great schedule for accumulating wins. This is the same thing. And that's why, not to relitigate earlier, but that's why the Colorado game is so important in that first stretch, because if you win that, of all of the first 7 games, it is the one, according to Mr. K Ford, that has the smallest margin of error, 56%, versus everything else is above 60, and some of them are above 70. And so, yeah, this is a great schedule. And so Chris in Montana, he texted and he says, with Nebraska's schedule, they have to at least get to the Big Ten championship. I was going to say I disagree. I think the answer is 11-1, but if you go 11-1, you're probably making the Big Ten championship. So I guess it's again, we're splitting hairs to some degree.
It's hard. It's hard to now identify a ceiling if it's not attached to a win number.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have one fewer benchmark. We no longer have a division. Now if Sam had responded, the ceiling this year is win the West Division,
that would have seemed a lot more doable.
And it doesn't seem quite as brash, but we no longer have that benchmark to try to reach.
What if he would have said 10-2?
That's what I'm saying. It's hard to attach a ceiling that doesn't have a win number on it. Now,
because
Sam could have said the same thing. Sam could say the ceiling is 10-2. And if a Big Ten school does go 10-2,
they're probably in the conversation.
They're in the conversation.
They're definitely in the conversation. I don't know if they're in, but they're in the conversation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which again, I say, if Nebraska goes 10-2 and they lose to the expected team, so we'll just say it's Ohio State and USC. Those are the teams they lose to, and they go 10-2. Those 10 wins, again, if those 10 opponents go as expected, it's not a great resume schedule.
It's not.
The perception of a 10-2 SEC school versus a 10-2 Nebraska, the SEC school perceptively is probably going to be in a better spot.
Well, assuming their schedule is better. Like, this is a schedule play more than anything else.
Sure. But because the SEC is already perceived to be the best conference.
Michael says, no worries about schedule strength. Huskers will have ticket distribution, hotels, and weather on their side for playoff contention. Well played. Good callback.
Good callback.
Kyle writes, it's not reasonable or fair to think that a team could double their wins in one offseason. To which I said it's happened before. And he says, but that doesn't make it fair or reasonable to think that teams can do it. The exception is not the rule.
Well, Okay.
And for the record,
if you double your wins from 2 to 4, I mean,
yeah,
to double your wins from 5 to 10, that's a big jump.
And this would be 4 to, or it would. My bad. Yeah, it would be 5 to 10.
That's a big jump.
But again, he's asking. The question is ceiling. It's not what's expectation or what's realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Ceiling. I take ceiling to mean best case scenario, and the best case scenario is certainly you go 7-0 in those games, and then you figure out a way. See, I don't know, man.
So I guess what I
always think 2 and 3 in the back five.
My ceiling would be to be in the playoff conversation. That's my ceiling. If I'm answering Sam's question, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Nebraska's ceiling this year is to be in the conversation. That could mean they get in,
but it most likely means that they don't. But yeah, if you're going into November games and you are actually mattering in that regard, that is a massive success.
Mm-hmm.
That is no doubt about it success that we haven't seen around here in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Rice, going 10-2 with losses to Ohio State and USC won't be good enough. Yeah, I mean,
it may not
on
be,
paper, man.
But we don't. We have.
Yeah, it's hard to because then we
don't know how everything else.
A lot of
plays
this takes into account the other teams, right? Like Colorado. What if Colorado is actually good? What if Nebraska beat Colorado and Colorado went 9-3? Then Colorado is like this ranked win. Iowa or Wisconsin. What if one of them steps up and becomes a team that matters? What if Rutgers, sneaky Rutgers that we've talked about multiple times this year? What if they, because they don't play anybody, what if they go 9-3 or 8-4?
What if UTEP, the most important game on the schedule, ends up contending with Liberty?
Huge game
for the playoff berth of the group of 5.
Huge game. No, but man, it sounds so hard to say that. How about this from Posty? Going by those numbers, Nebraska has a 10.561% chance to open 7-0. Wow, isn't that? We so often look at the schedule. We play the schedule game, and we see 56% chance to beat Colorado. That's the smallest. The next toughest is Rutgers, 63%. Then it's Purdue at 67, Indiana at 69. Then you get to Illinois at 71, and then the other 2 non-conference games at above 90%. And we say, wow, that's a nice runway. They can go 7-0. And yet, the math says that they actually only have a 10% chance of doing it. So in 9 of 10 worlds, they don't go 7-0. They go 6-1 or 5-2.
Yeah.
Or 4-3.
Yeah.
Or 3-4. Because they lost to Colorado.
That is true.
And fell apart. Wow. When you put it that way,
that
is true. The season is a whole lot scarier. Interesting.
Very scary.
Thank you, Posty.
Yeah. Thank
Good
you,
work, Posty.
Guess.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
I mean, did you want to look at the Nebraska ball schedule?
First of all, you can bear it. Yeah, you can. Horrible graphic.
Yeah,
What's happening?
Nebraska basketball, it's a bad graphic. You
Not
really
great.
need to fix
Why
that.
is Nebraska so bad at making graphics sometimes? Sometimes
know.
they're really good, and then other times it's this.
I did the math.
Yeah.
Using last year's end of season, and this is just end of season, BART ranking.
Oh, classic BART.
Nebraska's average team is 225th in the BART ranking.
John's a simp for BART.
You know what this means? I'm not going to see this team in the early part of the year because they're not going to be on TV ever. All these games will be BTN plus Yunka Dunka specials.
Well, the Creighton game will be on a normal TV, and so too will the Diamond Head Classic.
Maybe.
Yeah, the Diamond Head, that's an ESPN event. That'll be
Is that Maui? That's not Maui.
Well, Diamond Head is in Hawaii.
I couldn't remember if they changed the
but
name
I think
of it.
it's an ESPN event, so it'll be an ESPN broadcast.
Okay.
Yeah, and not a great schedule.
No.
By any means.
Are you going to be watching?
Probably not, because Creighton's likely playing on the same day. And if it's on BTN Plus, I definitely won't see it because I, like you, do not
go to Jack's house. We
get
could do our
BTN
show
Plus.
from Jack's house that day.
Jack does love BTN Plus.
So we could watch them play Bethune-Cookman?
Or we could go with him to the arena. We could do a video. Nick.
You could do video content.
The email.
Oh,
nice, Nick. It only took you a minute.
Yeah, I knew it was on there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I honestly thought that you deleted it.
Nope.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not a great schedule.
Okay, John. So you won't go to a game with us, you say?
Well, probably not.
But what about this? What about this week's zone deal? Tomorrow.
Will I go to Cops?
Yeah. Well, first you got to go to 1620thezone.com tomorrow morning. You know what? Tomorrow's Friday.
Yes.
This
I'm aware
week
of that.
flew right on
Yeah,
by.
I feel like I've only been here for 4 days.
It actually did.
You've only actually been here 3 days, you idiot.
4 starting tomorrow.
Nice, Nick. Good job. But this week's zone deal is to cops. Pizza, steak, seafood pasta, fresh salads, which we were singing the praises of yesterday, and tasty charred wings. $50 worth of vouchers, just $25 tomorrow morning at
9
at 1620thezone.com.
Don't forget, tomorrow's a One Beer Friday, and it is Movie Club Day. Nick's pick this week was Godzilla -1. Did we ever figure out why they call it -1?
Well, Nick hasn't watched it yet.
I haven't watched it yet. I assume it's a translation thing. I don't know.
What do you mean a translation?
Because Japanese is different than English.
So you're saying the actual movie's name is Godzilla Dancer on the Plains, and the translation got messed up?
I found the answer. I have the answer.
Oh, thank you.
Is it a spoiler?
No. Well, I mean, it spoils like where the time period of this movie?
The 40s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Refers to the level of where Japan had to start when rebuilding after World War II. If the atomic bombing of Japan was the country's lowest point in history, then the emergence of Godzilla puts them lower at -1.
See,
it's very nice.
And
Okay.
it probably
very nice, John.
No, very nice as in I understand the title. It makes a lot
I'm
of sense.
sure in Japanese they have a word for it, so it's not a -1. It probably sounds
maybe
better
it's
in Japanese.
-1.
Or it could be.
There's not always direct translations, is all I'm saying.
Or it could be -1, Nick.
It could be -1.
By the way, beer situation. What's the dealio now?
We still got a bunch of beer from the meeting the other night in the fridge. We could probably just
Actually,
grab
that's a
that,
good
right?
idea, Nick. Yeah. I was
there's
going
still
to say, like, what if the person who picked the movie that week, they had the beer, like they had to provide the beer, because we're going to run out of that at some point. But that's a fine idea.
There's a full unopened case of Coors Light.
All right, it's Coors. Well, I don't like Coors Light. Keeping Nebraska chill.
I'm good with it.
That's what we're doing.
Put that in our fridge, then, Nick. Nice, good work.
Well, it's in the main fridge out there, so it should be okay.
Okay,
I would think it's okay.
Plus, the other fridge is going to explode if we plug
Is
it
it
in again.
silver bullets or is it cans? Is it?
By the way, I looked up
bottles?
something on that. We might want to pull that fridge out. All we might have to do is just get some of the lint out.
Oh, I think it needs a little clean.
Like it needs a little vacuuming back there.
Nick, director of video.
I'm not the director of mini fridges.
No, but you could turn this into video content.
Could I?
Yeah.
Let's clean our beer fridge.
Here's Nick cleaning out the beer fridge.
Oh, I can do it during the morning show. Just bring a shot back in.
Not a bad idea. You are here in the mornings, famously.
I'm just suggesting that.
Yeah, for sure.
It could be.
John, I love this idea. You're a smart man.
It could fix it, and then we could have our beer fridge back.
By the way, I really love your shirts these days.
Yeah,
I liked the one yesterday with all the little dogs all over
bark,
it.
bark.
Well,
John's making every day a fun shirt Friday.
I had that shirt last year. I had this shirt last year.
And we love when you wear them, John.
Fun shirt day.
Fun shirt summer.
Fun shirt Friday is a mindset.
Because
John loves his summers.
Because it's summer.
Yeah.
Everyone loves their summer.
Everyone.
Some criminals out there would like to steal that summer from us.
Criminals?
Just fast forward to a time where, leaves are falling and people are having to work harder and it's cold and miserable. I, on the other hand, like to celebrate when it's nice and warm and everything's green. Driving home the other day, and I just like to look around and, man, look at those cornfields. They look so bright and green, and the corn waving in the wind. Oh, it was beautiful. It was gorgeous. I don't understand people who don't appreciate the beauty when everything's so green. I had someone email me earlier and say,
1620 the email?
Everyone's lawn mow. Eric says, is this the greenest your lawn has ever looked? Having to mow it seems like twice a month does suck, but it's also green because we've had so much rain.
Interesting.
It is. Everything is so
Real quick,
green.
did you just call, and I'm about to read a text from this man, did you just call Michael Severe a criminal? You said criminals want to be the fall.
That's
I'm
problematic.
saying criminals want to kill my summer.
Is it
That's
because
what
of the
criminals.
skin color of Michael Severe, John?
I didn't say that.
That's what you inferred.
No, I wasn't referring to anybody. I was referring to people in general. People of
John was talking about you people.
People of many colors and many sides are
Nice.
trying to take away my summer. You famously are very white.
I am white.
And you're trying to take away my summer.
I'm white.
It's like many multicultural people are trying to take away my summer, and I'm trying to stand up for the many multicultural people that love summer.
Yeah, you started sounding like Tucker for a few moments there, and I was like, "Where's this going?"
Oh, does Tucker want to take away my summer
We're 4
too?
minutes away.
Oh, get the presser, get the eggs, get the ostrich eggs.
Are we going to
Oh,
treat this like a rule presser during football season?
Yeah,
During
yeah,
overreaction?
Yeah. Severe does text in. It's funny how John dresses like his favorite band, the Beach Boys. You do got a Beach Boys vibe going, John, and you always want Nick to play that Beach Boys song.
It's the only good one out there.
No
and
way. No way.
Yes, Beach Boys suck. Other than that,
Good Vibrations?
sucks. Sucks.
Kokomo?
Sucks.
What about Surfing in the USA?
When you live in a rock state surfing, and by the way, you know what else is out there in the ocean? Sharks. They eat surfers.
Who cares?
They eat surfers. Oh, this is okay. Now this is wrong. This is so wrong. Mama. It's so wrong, and it's so disgusting. Because it sucks rotten eggs.
There's a song by them that I can't remember the name of. I really like.
It's called "We Suck Rotten Eggs."
Nah, I gotta look up their greatest hits album.
Your greatest hits? They don't have one.
Nah, they got a greatest hits album, John. It's a great song.
Like the Scorpions, they don't have any hits. They all suck.
Oh, Winds of Change, John.
Oh man, I don't remember.
That song single-handedly stopped the Cold War.
No, Reagan stopped the Cold War. It's facts. It's science.
I can't believe that you don't like Pet Sounds.
I like Pet Sounds. I like it when Wrigley makes her, when she yawns sometimes, she just goes one of those, ah. It's just fun.
What was that noise?
Can't remember now.
When she yawns.
I can't remember the name of the song.
You know, she's stretching, and it's almost like she's wanting to bark, and at the same time, she's like, Wrigley, get down.
I can't remember the name of it. It was a good song, though. I listened to it.
There was
Oh, Get You Back. What about that song, John? Nick, play Get You Back by the Beach Boys. Have you heard this song? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Why are you trying to ruin my summer by ruining my summer?
Mustache Ab says if John hates the Beach Boys, he hates summer.
That's not true.
Well, it's definitely true.
It's not true at all.
Look at that. Doesn't that just make you think of summer?
No.
Look at that. They're doing harmony. You know, like the harmony of the Beach Boys?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Tell Nick and I we don't care about things that happened before we were born. This is what I did before. We're trying to handshake meme with the boomers.
This is before I was born.
And they're horrible things.
Yeah.
Ray wants to play God Only Knows. Joel, little Deuce Scoop.
I'd like to take a deuce on that little.
I'm happy that I grew up in an era where I could listen to a CD that I owned in the car, so I never had to listen to songs that annoyed me. If you grew up as a millennial, you might love the Beach Boys.
No,
and Zeppelin.
No.
Because you wouldn't have had to listen to your dad's 8-track.
Yeah.
No.
John, imagine if John had an iPod growing up. He could have, whatever. It could have been AC/DC all the time.
Or a Zune, John.
Listen, if I'd have grown up
I wish
later,
Zune survived.
I just would have heard the Beach Boys off of a CD instead of an 8-track.
Classic.
And it still would have sucked. And I still would have said, this is awful.
Steve writes, to be fair, I'm pretty sure at this point, John hates everything.
I just said I love my summer. What more can I love? I love my summer. Summer is great.
It's a great time of year.
It's a great time of year that you're trying to steal from me.
No, I'm not trying to steal it. I love this
You're
time
the thief
of year.
of joy, Josh.
I haven't been reading a whole lot this week because in the book club, one of my friends picked a Russian novel, and so I'm struggling to get into it.
Do you have to
Can't read Cyrillic?
You have to read the subtitles in that one too?
No, thankfully it's in English, John.
Yeah, I'm glad the book doesn't have
what?
subtitles.
You can't read it in the original language?
No, I can't.
How can you enjoy it if it's not in the original language?
It's a book, John. It's a book.
Books are
Severe
just
says
subtitles.
John's a nihilist. John, are you a nihilist, you think? You know the official definition of nihilist?
Books are just subtitles for your thoughts.
Wow, I never thought about that. A nihilist is a person who believes that life is meaningless and rejects all religious and moral principles. Now you're kind of halfway there.
What?
Whoa.
Just because I don't like the Beach Boys?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I bet they were
remember,
atheists.
You hate football now, too.
You know, nothing says America like the Beach Boys, John. You hate the Beach Boys. Does that mean
that's
you
not
hate
true.
America?
That is not
America's
true.
second, says
That is
John.
not true.
Max writes, you hate the Beatles, John.
No, I like the Beatles.
Yeah, Stibbs hated the Beatles. I think Nick doesn't like the Beatles.
No, I like the Beatles.
Okay.
Yeah,
Max says, what? Zeppelin is so good. Legendary.
Zeppelin is good.
Zeppelin's tight.
I don't
You don't like Dire Maker?
I don't hate Zeppelin. I just think they're overrated.
Yeah.
I just think they're overrated.
Didn't they
But
do
they're
weird things at concerts sometimes?
Probably. It's Zeppelin.
I mean, most bands did.
They really did. The Doors. Didn't the guy from the Doors do some weird stuff?
I mean,
Jim Morrison?
all the time, yes.
I don't like the Doors. That's my
Ditto.
take. Yeah, the Doors suck.
Ditto.
Though I do like, what's the song that I would make as an open sometime?
Riders on the Storm?
No, like when they would lose another
This
game.
is the end.
Yes, bum, bum, bum.
My
Yeah.
only
That was
friend,
fun. When a
the
coach
end.
sucks, this is the end is the song to do. It's a fun. It's
Well,
fun.
then I expect you to make that open after Nebraska loses to Colorado because you'll think it's such a huge game. And if they lose, then Matt Rule might as well be fired.
Put it on the list. If they lose that game, we'll make a This Is the End open.
Oh.
just to troll. And the unsportsmanlike conduct heads who are listening right now, they'll know what we're doing.
I like when
the true fans.
I like when you make opens, Josh. It doesn't happen. It's like a treat.
Yeah, I don't do it as much. Well, because we have our own open.
He doesn't do it anymore because Brent Musburger's retired.
Oh, I miss Brent.
All of Josh's
Boston
opens
College.
have to have at least 50% Brent Musburger. It's
love
kind of
Brent.
like,
Is that your bit?
Oh, yeah.
what's the definition? I'm trying to think of, there's certain like food items where it has to have X% of something or it can't be classified as the
Right.
Sure.
Josh can't have an open unless it's got 50%.
Especially my college football stuff. You know, I have a lot of opens from college football. Like, it's the most wonderful time of the year, and Brent Musburger's voice is in it, of course. Oh, man. But until then, we will enjoy summer.
And the Beach Boys.
KG wants to know,
we will not enjoy the
is
Beach
there a
Boys.
summer song that John likes?
Well, we it's the one Beach Boys song that's acceptable. There's also Summer Song by Joe Satriani. I like that.
Summertime
There's also
Sadness.
Summer Nights by Van Halen. I like that. There's also Highway to Hell by AC/DC.
That's not, well, I guess Sunday's weather. Have you seen the temp on Sunday?
Very
It's gonna
hot.
be 100.
The low, yes, the low is 75.
The low?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
It's going to be toasty.
I'm gonna stay inside.
So I say toasty woasty.
Just make sure you're not LSD Will, because when it's toasty, he's gonna put the toaster on its side.
Yeah, indeed.
Coming up in content.
What do we got today, John?
We have,
Literally, what do we have today?
We have buried the lead. We need to talk about this. Also, my buddy Bart is back.
Folks.
And we've had this question
Buddy fart.
in the content for the last 2 days, and Nick has passed over it.
Oh.
We'll see if he passes over it for a third straight day.
Passover? Nick, that's not until April.
Get the lamb blood.
16:20 in the zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
I don't know what I was going to say.
We're all ready for the news
I
conference.
just felt like, can I make one quick comment? This is the one thing I don't like about summer.
Oh, interesting.
John's going to complain about something?
For the 49th consecutive year, they've done something on Dodge Street within a 3-block radius of this building.
It is annoying as hell.
And it always backs up the traffic.
Okay.
Especially going east.
And that just reminds me that there is also 2 lanes closed when you get west of 90th now on Dodge, and it sucks.
Oh, yeah. I have to go that way tonight, really?
So, okay, so here's the key. When you can, get into the 4th lane on the right side, even though eventually that would take you to West Roads, stay there because you're going to be able to get around the traffic.
Yes.
I'm doing that tonight. I made that mistake not doing it last night. I stayed in the next lane. It's really annoying.
It's not great.
It's really annoying.
Poop.
We ready for content?
We are ready for content.
The Ringer ranked the 111 best horror movie kills of all time.
Oh, he's using it first.
Oh, nice, Nick.
And their top 5 is...
Spoiler alert.
The shower scene in Psycho.
Oh,
the
that was
chest
hot.
buster in Alien.
Nice.
Drew Barrymore's character getting killed in Scream. The defibrillator in The Thing. And Michael Myers' first kill at the start of Halloween. Is that a good list?
It's a very iconic. The shower scene is obviously very iconic.
That movie is awesome.
I'll admit, either I haven't seen it, or I don't remember Scream.
Oh, you'd remember the kill.
I don't remember it, so I must not have seen
Drew
it.
Barrymore. Hello, Sydney. You guys haven't seen Halloween?
No.
Oh, we should do that.
Or
Scream, I mean?
No, I've never seen Scream.
Oh, that might have to be a Halloween movie club.
But see, and I'm scared that it's another situation
It's a very
like with
hyped
Office
movie.
Space where it's like I know the memes.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very funny. I think that it's an awesome kill. It's like a great way to begin a horror movie. I know. It's a great way to begin a horror movie. Honestly, I think all these picks are really great, and I'm happy that in the last year I've seen Alien and I've seen The Thing because The
Thing is awesome.
Yeah,
I love The Thing.
That was a really good one.
I didn't
The
click
Psycho
on
one
the
is-
link, but was Jaws included in this?
Let's look.
Because I would submit that.
Yes, the opening scene is 8th.
Oh, the opening scene. I
Dun-dun.
was going to suggest that when Quint
Dun-dun.
gets eaten
Oh,
by the shark at
interesting.
the end.
Yeah.
That was pretty iconic.
Yeah.
And I don't think this one probably made the list, but it always sticks in my mind.
Which one's that?
But in the in Nightmare on Elm Street, when
There is a Nightmare on Elm Street one.
when
Johnny Depp,
is that the one where
the bed?
Yeah, he's in the
Yeah,
bed,
yeah.
and the hand comes up through the bed,
Yeah.
and it grabs him by the stomach and sucks him into the bed. And next thing you know, we have an Old Faithful of blood just.
Yeah, and the other one is Tina on the Ceiling. I don't remember that one in Nightmare on Elm Street.
I do remember that one.
Yeah, so both of those, so 2 kills from the same movie made it. Nice job, Nick, getting to that question.
Hell yeah, and I'll get to the second most important question on here.
Okay.
The new NCAA video game is but
Oh,
a few
for
days from
crying
coming
out
out.
loud.
Many people on many sides are waiting to unleash their takes about ratings, but give me your predictions. Which Husker will have the best overall rating?
Great question, Nick. I'm happy that I had already been thinking about that, even though you wrote this question down. I think this is a hard answer, mainly because the team doesn't have a superstar.
No.
I think it's either Nash or maybe Mr. Banks. I think it might be Mr. Banks because he has a lot of production that he's bringing with him.
I don't even know. I wouldn't know. I'm gonna go with Hutmacher.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Oh, it sounded like you had more to say there.
No, I really don't.
Adam Rittenberg of ESPN writes that Jason Daniels can be college football's most exciting player if he can stay on the field. Is he right?
Most exciting player? Yeah. I mean, he's got all the tools. He's a lot of fun to watch, and Kansas is such a different team when he's out there versus when he's not. It's a good argument. And with a new conference or newish conference and different teams that he's going to be facing, teams that haven't seen him before, he could have a really good year, but he's got to stay healthy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. He is super fun to watch, super exciting, super interesting as a player, but he has been banged up at multiple times over the last couple of years. That's a team that I really hope is in the Big 12 race. We've talked about the conference multiple times now the last week. It's going to be a cool year for the league. I really, really hope that he is able to stay healthy because I think that would make it all the more fascinating.
I guess I can talk about this. I've kind of been avoiding it, but I think it's time to turn our attention to the thing the entire country is talking about.
Okay.
The Cubs have won back-to-back series and have a 3-game win streak for the first time since April. From the Pacific Coast to our nation's capital, many people are saying it's 2016 all over again.
It is. It feels like 2016 all over again.
It really does.
The Cubs are winning. Certain people are poised to win the White House.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The good old days are back.
A woman will be running against him.
The good old days are back.
The good old days.
Good old days.
Nebraska went 9-3 in the regular season and lost by 59 to Ohio State. I could see it happening.
Fair.
Yeah.
It's insane, though, that this is the first time since April that the Cubs managed to win 3 games in a row. That's how bad the bullpen has been, but, hey.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna enjoy this brief spurt of glory while I can.
Spurt boy. That get you?
Yeah, it got me, Nick.
The NCAA basketball committee has made a major announcement about the 2026 tournament. The event will be expanded.
What?
Not again.
To include Division II and III national finals and the semis and finals of the NIT. Are you excited for an orgy of hoops?
Wait, so what are they doing?
So during the Final Four, they're also bringing the Division II and
to
III
the arena?
to
the
Indianapolis.
Will they play? They won't play at the big arena.
No, they're not going to play at Lucas Oil.
Well, that's
I'm sure
less cool then.
Why does it matter?
I bet they would play the Division II and III games at Butler.
Yeah, that's
That'd be
less
cool for them.
If they that
and maybe
would be
even
cool.
the semis of the NIT.
That said, it's not like I'm gonna watch it, so it's
No
not that cool.
No one's going to watch it.
No,
you just turned off the big TV. What the hell?
no,
are
I'm
you
turning
doing?
it. The game was over, so it's turning. Isn't it on HDMI too? I'm trying to find TV.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Well, not only that whole cool tournament news, but the NCAA has also included John's buddy Bart to the data the committee will use to select the teams, as well as a wins above the bubble statistic. Do you like it, Josh? We know John's answer.
Do I like that Bart is involved with the committee? Look, I ended up going to his website a lot as the year went along. It's easy to read. The data is pretty looking.
The website looks like it's from the 90s.
The website looks like it's
free.
from the 90s. 33, John, is probably the channel you're looking for.
He wasn't down to come on to the show.
He was, well, yeah, which is maybe why he's an enemy of the program.
Mm-hmm.
The wins above bubble is interesting. And in fact, they actually test drove it last year.
Wab.
They didn't use it as part of the formula, but they had it available to the committee. And so basically this is bubble teams, which teams would perform best against the rest of the bubble. So you're comparing other bubble teams to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Is the metric that's going to be included. I'll be very curious to see if this changes the nature of how teams are selected and how teams, can get on the bubble and off the bubble. But it's very exciting. I'm very happy for my buddy Bart. And we'll finally be able to speak the same language as the committee.
Well, that's very nice of us.
The NBA TV deal is finally done. Almost. Yesterday, Andrew Marchand reported that the deal worth $76 billion over 11 years was finalized with ABC, ESPN, Amazon, and NBC. But wait! TNT can still get the lawyers involved. So it's not done?
Well, that's what it sounds like. TNT is arguing that they have the ability to match.
And they're apparently trying to match the Amazon package.
Right. Because essentially Amazon, remember, they've carved out a third package. And they've done that mostly from the inventory that TNT used to have by itself, with maybe a couple of things from ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
So TNT would be bidding on a lesser package or be able to match the bid for a lesser package than they used to have. But yeah, it's funny that everyone says, well, it's done. Well, it's not done because TNT gets the lawyers involved and who knows what's going to happen. This has been a very interesting fight. One that you don't see in television negotiations because usually when a deal's done, a deal is done. But part of this lands on TNT's back because old David Zasloff,
old Zaz,
stuck his foot in his mouth.
Zazzy. Yeah.
But the NBA kind of just pushing this through has also led to this. We'll see if it happens.
Yeah, and you remember when we talked about it the first time over the last couple of months, we thought that TNT would go after NBC, but as a lot of the reporters pointed out, like, look, NBC can offer them over-the-air television. TNT cannot offer them that. So they're not going to be able to win that fight. But if they're going against Amazon, it's a little different. So I wonder how that goes.
Well, fellas, President B has been minutes away from holding a press conference for the last 45 minutes. Do you think it will work how they think it will?
Good question, Nick. Probably not. My guess would be probably not. I'm sure it'll be as bad as some of the other speaking engagements have been lately.
Is that guy trying to hide behind the flag? We can see you.
It's behind the flag.
Oh, nope. He's still there.
Just adjusting it, I think.
It's very interesting that we went for weeks without hearing much from old President B. And then the disastrous debate happened. And now they can't get him out there enough. As if they keep trying to say, no, really, he's good. Watch. And then another appearance happens and it goes poorly. He's going to do another interview for network TV on Friday. And
no, on Monday.
Oh, I thought it was this Friday.
Yeah,
it's Monday?
It's Monday, yeah.
Well, either way. He's going to do another network TV interview. He's doing this news conference. It's just like, no, really.
Everything's fine.
Everything's great.
Everything's awesome.
Don't put in the internet that everything's not fine.
Bingo, Nick.
It's almost like they're working him to the point where he'll just collapse.
Oh, no.
Or fall asleep. Either way. All right, coming up, we've got What's for Dinner. And I've got some data on the quality of your hot sauce.
Oh, I'm curious.
Yeah, that's important.
The quality of your hot sauce. We'll have that next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
So I looked up this story the other day on Mashed. It is, they looked at all of the different national varieties of hot sauces.
Yeah.
And it's the ones that use the highest and lowest quality ingredients.
Okay.
Now, some of these are hot sauces that either we don't get around here or just not as popular. So I'm just going to name the ones that you might be familiar with. Texas Pete.
Nope.
Low quality.
Not a fan. Awesome.
Never
Good for
heard.
me.
Tabasco.
Don't like that
I don't
either.
like Tabasco that much.
High quality.
That doesn't surprise me, though.
Have you ever seen how Tabasco is made?
Well, it's only like 2 ingredients, isn't it?
Yeah,
mostly
it's
vinegar.
literally 3 ingredients. It's their specialty, their very specific red peppers, vinegar, and salt.
Interesting.
That's it.
So it must be their peppers that I don't like.
like vinegar.
Low
like
quality.
Okay.
The Hui Fong sriracha? It's the sriracha.
Like the main sriracha that you always see.
it's the sriracha. It's got the rooster on the bottle.
interesting.
I don't like
Low
sriracha
quality.
that much.
Low quality.
It's fine.
Give me Frank's. What about Frank's? I'm a Frank's boy.
I'm just scrolling down.
Okay.
So
Control
Cholula,
F. Yes.
high quality.
Woo! That's
Look at
mine.
Nick.
Chile
Shout out
lime
Nick.
Cholula.
Tapatio,
Also high.
low
Interesting.
quality.
I don't hate Tapatio.
And Frank's, high quality.
Yeah.
Look
let's
at us,
go!
the high quality boys.
Yeah.
What I mean, I don't know anyone who likes hot sauce that doesn't like Frank's.
Frank's is so good.
Frank's is
fine.
Frank's is it's great
You're
because
fine.
it's so versatile.
You're mid.
I don't
And-
hate Frank's. It's just
and-
not my go-to.
Promoted by Eli Manning.
So I ended up not doing what I said last night because Risk got off early, and so we had pizza. So tonight I'm gonna toss the chicken chunks in the buffalo sauce. And we have some leftover mashed potatoes, so I'm gonna do that as my side.
My wife and I have something to go to in Elkhorn, so we're meeting at a sports bar. And
Oh, so that's why you're gonna be on Dodge.
That makes
Yes,
sense.
Stay to the right, John.
Yeah.
Stay to which I know you're a fan of.
I'm gonna pull a John. I have no idea.
Oh my
No clue.
goodness, Nick! Come on. Did you say Louisiana, by the way?
Oh yeah.
no,
It's the
it was not
official-
on there. It was not on the list.
But that's the official hot sauce of the Colorado Rockies.
I used to like Louisiana. I think that stuff is mid.
I think it's funny that the Rockies have an official hot sauce sponsor,
Gotta love getting sponsorships.
but they also have an official applesauce.
That's random.
Mhm.
I don't even know a
Treetop.
brand of applesauce.
Treetop.
By the way, he's 30 minutes late now. This is like Callahan that one time.
Mm.
Does that worry you a little bit? I
No.
mean, with his condition that he's late to something?
Wow, this got dark.
You know.
No.
We don't have time to get into this today, but we have to
We'll
leave you
recap it
on
tomorrow, yeah.
on a sad note.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Monty Kiffin has passed away.
84.
Monty Kiffin, son of Lexington, Nebraska, former Husker player and coach.
Yeah.
That's where he got his start. And of course, a legendary coaching career that, he was for quite a while, he was like the biggest brand name and defensive coordinators in the NFL with the Tampa 2, the Buccaneers.
Oh, yeah.
He
came back into college in his later years, coach with his son.
Yep.
At USC in particular. Yeah, that guy and what he was able to do with his defenses. There's another world where he might be the head coach after Bob, right? Like,
yes,
man, pretty crazy.
Yes.
R.I.P.
So condolences and thoughts to the Kiffin family. Monty Kiffin was 84 years old.
Indeed. What do we got tomorrow, John?
One Beer Friday, Kent.
And maybe
pending
a surprise guest.
Oh, I like surprises.
Talking football, John.
Oh,
A football
really?
guest on a Football Friday. Bye.
He's killing my summer.